Oh, she said I was on mute. I didn't know. Hope everybody had a good holiday. This show, it won't let me catch the live content. It won't let me catch the live show. Hold on, let me see if I can get it over on my screen over here because it's saying that I can't see the live chat. So I don't know if everybody else can see the live chat. Let me see. It says it's for kids. Let me, yeah, there's no live chat that actually comes up. The live chat don't even show anymore. Interesting. I'm watching it live and there's no chat feature. Let's see. I posted, hey everyone, but I don't think nobody can see it. I think only nobody can watch. You can't even interact with it. I guess we just keep it pushing. Won't have no interaction today, but that's odd. Yeah, the chat has been. Oh, that's what it is. The chat has been disabled for this stream. That's what it says. We might have to go back out and come back in. Yeah, either way, until D checks that out, um, I keep it pushing. Let's go. Well, since I don't have nobody to interact with, I don't know who's watching. I am Tam D's in the background. We're Women in Linux. You can't live chat with us today. If you are in the Slack group, we can live chat in random. If you're in the Slack group, after that, you probably just have to post underneath. Yeah, yeah, it's disabled. I wondered what was going on. Yeah, whatever. Let me see. D's gonna check it out. Either way it go. Women in Linux. You can find us on social media at womeninlinux.org. We are across social media. Let me take that back. Across social media, you can find us at Women in Linux. You can also find us at womeninlinux.org. You can hit connect if you want to connect with us in Slack. That's why I was saying if you wanted to chat, we could chat in Slack, probably in the general channel, or maybe in random, either or. And then if you want to donate with us, you don't have to just donate with your money. You can donate with your time by spreading the word, retweeting, and so forth. Or you can always donate with your money, either or. If you click on donate here, it'll take you to just different donations that you can do or what have you, right? All right, so let's get busy. All right, so we missed last week. Um, oh yeah, forgot. Don't forget that we have Calendarly for 101s, and we also have discounts for IT Pro TV. So if you want to sign up with IT Pro TV, you get 30% off discount. I like IT Pro TV. Some people are using it. Some people like different styles of teaching. I prefer that particular style of teaching. All right, so let's get busy. So we saw this week, I don't know if anybody was paying attention about the stocks this week, right? I posted in Creating Wealth the information about Amazon. And it said you'll receive additional shares before the market opens on June the 6th. Amazon recently announced their intention to forward split their shares. Clients that own Amazon shares as a market close of June 3rd, which was yesterday, are entitled to receive additional shares from the split. There's no account action needed on your part. So if you had shares at the close of business yesterday, you got you're gonna get the split plus an additional shares, right? The forward stock split will increase the total number of outstanding Amazon shares and reduce the share price by that same multiple. As a result, while eligible shareholders were with shares at the time of the split will receive more shares, the total dollar value and the cost basis of their positions will not change. To learn more about this stock split, read the FAQs. So they give an example. It says clients will receive an additional 19 times. Oh, the chat is back. The clients will receive 19 times the total number of shares they hold as the market closed on June 3rd of 2022. The shares will be distributed and start trading at the split adjusted price on June 6th. So here's an example. An Amazon fractional share of 0.24 will result in a distribution of an additional 4.56 in shares for a total of 4.8 in shares. So again, if you have like a fractional share, which we call that DCA or dollar cost averaging, you get, which basically you're buying fractional. So if Amazon was 2,500, you buy $10 worth of Amazon. Say you buy $10 worth Amazon stock, once a week or two times a week. You just put $10 on it or whatever. Your DCA your way in to the point where when you get up to 2,500, if you've done that, enough up to 2,500, whatever that stock price is, you'll get a whole share, right? So it's just another way to buy shares, right? And so it just talks about doing a DCAs. But if you have 0.24 share, uh, a fractional share, the additional distribution of the share would be 4.6. And because it was on the June 3rd, you would have this, they're going to give you additional shares for up to 4.8 for that one if you had like a small amount. So those that were in, I hope you were in before on June 3rd or before June 3rd and got your additional shares. All right. Yeah, I'm sharing my screen. My screen is being shared. I'm looking at it. I'm not sure why. I'm not sharing next screen. I'm just talking to you. I'm just reading it. All right. So now let's get into some things that I've been searching and so forth. All right. So how many folks out there have are expecting the what's the word I'm looking for, an inheritance from your mother or your father, being baby boomers and so forth and so on. How many people are expecting that? All right. So I got some articles and some things that I discovered that I want to talk about, and we're gonna actually get into that a little later. But I want to do this. I want to talk about this too. The stock splits. It was a Nasdaq stock split. Um, the stock split calendar here. Here we go right here. So the stock split calendar, right? So the stock split calendar that we have here keeps you up to date on what's coming up. All right. So we already know about Amazon. But here's some other ones that are coming up. Shopify is coming up on 6/28, and that's a 10-to-1 stock split. 10-to-1. Amazon was a 20-to-1. What's going on, Tyler? What's going on, Sasha? Amazon was a 20-to-1. All right. Let me see who else on here that you would probably recognize. Let's see. Yeah, so that was Amazon 20-to-1. Shopify is one of the ones you would recognize. But again, these are all companies that are coming up on stock split. So the question came up like, Is it good to buy before or is it good to buy after? In this case, because Amazon was giving extra shares, I personally think it was good to buy before because I'm getting more shares, right? But you could wait to after the split because it'll be cheaper, right? It depends on your bank account. Let me say it that way, right? It depends on your bank account. It's back. I see your Shar. I see your chat there. So the live chat is back. I'm seeing you type in. And so again, I think I have Shopify. Let's see what is Shopify trading at now. Shopify called Shop. I think I'm not sure. Shopify. Yep, Shop. Say 353. It's down. Everything has been down for the past what month? Let's see. Yeah, 6 months. Yeah, year to date, year red. Everything red. At one point, Shopify was up here at like 1600. 1656 is now down to 353. Right, a year from a year ago, November the 19th. Let me see. Let's go back and look at June. June 4th, it was at 1205, and now it's at 353. And they're doing a 10-to-1 stock split. What's going on, Dom? Shout out to the members, right? Essence, what's going on? How you doing? Right? So again, they're doing a 10-to-1 stock split. You can check out Shopify. A lot of people use Shopify e-commerce. So I don't know. I'm with a 10-to-1 split. They're not giving out extra that I know of as of right now. So you could wait to after the split and then buy more shares and whatnot. Or you could probably do a fractional on like Charles Schwab, or I think you can do fractionals on Robinhood or something like that. Instead of buying the $353 worth of at a share cost, you can buy $10 worth or something like that, or $5 worth or something like that. I think the minimum you can buy is $5, right? So again, it's up to you on when it comes to that. Because we haven't looked at jobs in a while, I guess I'd be nice and go look at jobs. We already know the jobs at Amazon, but there is another job I did want to bring up that I was looking at this morning that actually came across my timeline that I thought would be not necessarily interesting to look at, but for the job, interesting to look at for the company. So let's go look at Amazon jobs, and we go over here to apply. And from there, yes, no, block, consent. Oh no, D, are you sharing the screen? Hold on. Oh, there we go. Thank you. All right. So as you can see, there's multiple jobs here. When we talk about hourly rates for Amazon, but then there's also our outside of that, there's also just different jobs that you can work at Amazon, right? So what people don't realize is you don't have to work in on cloud at Amazon. You could be a technical account manager. You could be um, you could also be working directly with customers. You could be working with you could be doing documentation. You can do data analysis. You can do data analytics, data engineering. Uh, you could be working on a particular service at Amazon. There's just so many different things that you could do with Amazon. I mean, even you could work on the real estate side of Amazon, right? So I don't know if anybody remembers this Amazon real estate, right? So I wouldn't look that up, but let's just look at Amazon real estate. Let's see. Boom, boom. All right. So here we go. Not that. It is called Roofstock. Let's see. Amazon is edging into real estate. That was in 2019. They end up buying a company called Roofstock. Amazon doubled its real estate holdings in 2021, right? Um, Amazon literally doubled down on owning real estate last year. The e-commerce giant finished 2021 with twice as much of its own warehouse distribution data center space as it began in the year. The buying spree brought in its own real estate portfolio at 16.7 million square feet across North America, right? And it said it's up from 8.5 from 2020. Still, Amazon owns properties are a small fraction of its North American footprint, around about 4%. Amazon was leasing around 370.4 million square feet at the end of 2021, a 30% increase from the year before. That's about as much as the U.S. General Service Administration owns and leases for federal employees, and almost double the amount of office space in Midtown Manhattan, right? So when I say these different companies like your Amazons, like your Microsoft and so forth, or to me are like more like real estate companies than anything. That's what I mean. But they also, let's see, Roofstock owned by Amazon, right? So Roofstock, right, is one of this. Let's see, Roofstock founder closes on a 90 million to back early stage, buy rental properties and so forth. So here we go. Edges in on early startup prop tech. Let's see who owns. Let's see. That was in March. See Amazon, real estate. Is it Roofstock? What's the word I'm looking for? I guess app. It's not Realtor.com. I thought it was Roofstock that they owned. It may be another one. But either way it go. These companies like this one right here, where you can do, I don't want to say, well, I guess you could say dollar cost average. And I showed them before where you can go in and put in like $100 on a house. And once you put in $100 on a house, they may be trying to get a goal of like 130,000, but it could be 15 of y'all, it could be 1,000 of y'all that's going in on this particular house to get it to the goal. And they maintain it and they search it in the whole nine. They search for it and everything, right? So again, when it comes down to real estate and how people buy real estate, it's totally different than uh, what we probably are accustomed to, right? So when I say that, I'm thinking of, I think D uses ground floor, but then there's also Fundrise, right? And I've shown these companies for, right? Ground floor, where you can invest in real estate online, right? $10 minimum, right, to get in. There's also ground floor, roof stock, Fundrise, is another one, but Fundrise is not focused on housing per se. Let me take that back. It's not focused on just single homes. They're focused on development. So apartment buildings, affordable housing, that type of thing. And then you have those that are interested in farmland. It's called acreage. I think it's called acreage or something like that. Not Acer Value. I forget the name. I think it's called Acreage. 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 I think it's something like that. farmland to buy. I think it's called Acreage or something like that. I forget the name of it. But anyway, on this particular one, for this one, you need $10,000 to get in. And so, and the cheapest I found on there is not even $10,000. The cheapest I've seen is like 30,000. The 10,000 slots go quick when you're trying to buy land off of this particular site. But basically, you and maybe several others go in on this farmland, and the guaranteed returns over time is around anywhere from 8 to 10%. So, what's going on, Sir Her Speaks? How you doing? So it is one of those things like, would you be interested in something like that, right? So, but those are just little things that you could do again with your money in tech. Go invest it. If you don't want to own, there's another way to do that as well too. All right, that's just, like I say, I don't want to say dollar cost average, but it's just a cheaper way. And versus you buying a house, you go spend $100 on, say you had $1,000, you go put it on 10 different homes on ground floor, or you go put it on 10 different homes on uh, uh, the other one that I just talked about. So then now you're into 10 different homes, but your return may be small over time, but you may not have time to go out and get into a house or something like that. So just a thought process. All right, D, can you go back to the screen, please? All right. All right. So now let's get into what I originally was starting to talk about. This one. All right. So this is something to think about. It says why some Black Americans might miss out on the $68 trillion transfer or generational wealth. So I want to pause that, and I want to go here. So a lot of people have 401ks, IRAs, Roth IRAs, Roth 401ks, and so forth, right? Now, I'm not too much concerned on the already taxed part of your Roth IRA and your Roth 401k, right? Because it's taxed on the way in. But what about the stuff that's not taxed, on the part that's not taxed? And then let's also look at the other part of your IRA, right? So on my research, right? Um, uh, how do you avoid the money that is, say, in your parents' IRA getting taxed at 40%? So, say you have, your parents may have $800,000 or $100,000 or $500,000, and they move on in life, you know, and they leave you, that you get that inherited IRA, and it is taxed at 40% plus it may push you into another tax bracket as well too. So potentially you could get double tax. How do you avoid that, right? So I was looking into that because I was looking at a video, and I was like, well, okay, well, what does that mean, right? How can you avoid that, right? And then how do we not miss out on this generational wealth exchange? One. And then two, how do we protect ourselves if we do get it, right? So there's a couple of nuances in there that I'm speaking on. One is don't miss out on the exchange. The other one is don't get taxed to death, literally. All right. So let's go through this article, and then I'll explain what I see. Well, Black Dove, let's talk. Well, you asked the question, right? Can you take a loan out of the IRA instead of withdrawing the funds? Well, you could take a loan out And what that is called, what they consider that is a stretch IRA. But you only get 10 years to take that money out. It's only 10 years after the person has passed. You only get 10 years to take that money out. And then it gets taxed on you, right? So you could take a loan, or we're going to talk about, and you all can look this up as well too. We could talk about what we call the Crummy Trust, Crummey trust, where you, or your parents, I should say, are the actual owners of the IRA, and what they can do is set up a crummy trust where it could then roll money into that trust to be distributed to you while they're living. So it doesn't get taxed the same after they pass on, right? So that's just one way. And then there, what from what I'm hearing, I was talking to my insurance guy. We were going over this yesterday. We were talking about the laws that are in place, or were on the docks, I should say. They're not in place yet, to stop crummy trusts. So, again, you need to be very mindful of who you vote for, what's on the docket, what's on the bill, and so forth, right? Because you don't want to end up with, you know, 40% of what somebody has worked hard for to then get taxed to death. So again, making your money in tech also means protecting, in the long run, tax free and tax deferred. What does that look like? And how do y'all go about doing these things? This is not financial advice. These are just things I've discovered. These are just things that I talk about, this, that, and other, which is just while it's in my head. How many of y'all did you know that that Social Security was a trust fund? Did everybody know that Social Security was a trust fund? And have you been to SSA.gov to check to see what you will actually be getting from Social Security, right? So type in the chat if you knew it was a trust fund. Type a one if you knew it was a trust fund, right? And the only reason why I knew that it was a trust fund, right, is because my mom works for Social Security, and I was talking to her about, well, how does one get there? Like when you go to your disability, when you go to your when you go to your Social Security account, right, and then you fill out all the information to get how much you're gonna get, right? You will then see like what your trajectory is over time from uh 60 to 66 or 65, whatever, to 70, right? What that looks like. The later you wait, the more you make, right? The later you wait, the more you can make. And I'm getting on a tangent. I'm gonna go back to this, but I gotta get it out while I'm thinking about it. This brought up another conversation yesterday. And the conversation was, okay, so say you do draw Social Security, right? And say you go work a part-time job. Right now the limit is 28,000. If you go over 28,000, they will tax you on your Social Security. So that's why it's important for you to set up yourself to have tax free and tax deferred accounts where you're doing a drawdown on those accounts and not earning W-2 1099 income, so you don't get taxed on your Social Security. So these are just things that I'm just putting out there, that as I discover them and what I find and what I see, things that you can do, you got to go do your own research. I'm just putting it out there so you have knowledge itself, like BDP. But again, this is for you to do your own research. These are just things that I find out. Like you can get money from, you can get a loan from your annuity or what have you. But now instead of having W-2 income, because you may, as you get older, you may want to go work at Target or sit on the phone or what have you and take in calls and have income coming in, right? You may just want to keep your mind active, but you also don't want to go get taxed again on something you already got taxed on in the first place. Now you're getting taxed again, right? You're getting taxed on your Social Security again, right? And then there's also in my search, and I had to go do more research on this. Your Medicaid trust, and then your nursing home fund as well too, right? There's a nursing home fund that you can set up for yourself. There's been a big talk about this, and I'm gonna bring that up today too, where it states that most women do not have enough money for retirement, right? So when I tell you to make as much money as you can, it's not for you to make much money as you can now. It's to make much money as you can to invest so you can be set up for retirement, so you don't have to depend on whoever it is that ain't there. Right? Like, and this is not just for men, I mean women, this is for men and women, right? It is about having yourself set up where you can, in retirement, be okay. A lot of the times we're finding that, and when I go look at, I just prime example, I just looked at Dave Ramsey show uh this morning. It was a guy on there. He was 72 years old. He was married. His wife was a retired teacher. And he said, all we have in our account is $11,000 for retirement. He's 71. She's retired teacher. And he was like, she doesn't get a pension, and he's still working. He makes $95,000 a year. They still owe on their house. And he's like, I don't know what to do. And he started crying. So I'm putting out there, everybody don't know everything, right? Every man don't know everything, and every woman don't know everything. It's just what it is. However, it doesn't mean that going into retirement that you got to live on the street. You have a chance and you have the ability to do something about that now. And you have a chance to get your skills up in order to do that. We meet every Wednesday to discuss Linux and various topics. We've been doing training for years. I've introduced multiple people. I've introduced multiple jobs. I talk about it. If you have not taken the initiative to get your skills up, if you have not taken the initiative to get your skills up and your money up, what are you waiting for? Who are you waiting for? What is the what's the, as my aunt would say, what is the perk, right? What is the perk? With an R? Like, what are you literally waiting for, right? um I'm going to talk about this article. I'm probably going to hurt some feelings today. I'm probably going to get some hate emails. I'm okay with that. um uh i am i am I am looking over the landscape of what this wealth transfer is going to look like. And for us, if we don't talk to, and I'm talking to millennials and I'm talking to Gen Xers and also Gen Zers, I am talking to you from the standpoint of, you have an opportunity to talk to parents and set them up so you don't get taxed 40%. Like, it don't make sense for you not to talk to your parents so you don't get taxed 40%, right? Go ahead and talk to them, like, and set it up. right? Then the other part is, you know what you can do, so go ahead and put things in place now so your kids don't get the tax of a lifetime, right? So those things. Um, Sarah, you're welcome. You're welcome. Um, yeah, we said with the recent layoff, I see a lot of people talking high paying tech jobs is gone. Please tell. Oh yeah, they're not gone. I don't need to tell them nothing about that. Here's how I look at this, right? And I'm gonna talk about this on the next show. And I'm gonna bring up a video that I was watching, and it's on, of course, it's government contracting, but government contracting is huge. Space Force, I looked at it yesterday. They got 65 billion and then some. The Air Force has 145 billion and then some for space. And they're looking at small companies. And I mean, I'm hiring people. I get jobs emailed every day. Like, can you get these jobs out? So I'm not telling you uh, that Linux doesn't is going to pay you for like $10 million. What I'm telling you is, you can make enough money where you can invest and save up where you can have $10 million in retirement, where you can invest and have $20 million in retirement. You're gonna have to get out of your comfort zone. You may have to move. I'm sorry. And somebody may have to take a bullet and move for 3 or 4 years and go make some money. You may have to go to Australia and make $400,000 tax, first $96,000 tax free, and 20% of your 401k. Oh, my bad. I'm so sorry. You're living a hard life, right? And I get it. People want to be around families, but I don't want to be around my family and we all sitting around struggling, wondering how we're gonna pay for somebody's funeral, wondering how we gonna make it, right? Or somebody didn't show me an account, so I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to eat, right? That don't make sense to me. These things just don't make sense to me. It just don't make sense to me, right? Want to be natural, stop procrastinating, get in the game. Yeah, to me, I don't even pay attention to that engineering cannabis. And I've been on overemployed and looking at stuff, and it's people on there. It was the one that came in my email because I got it set up for alerts, and it's a guy in there that said a recruiter reached out to him and said, "Hey, I know you working 2 jobs. This company right here is desperate for people. They don't care if you got a job." And so now he got 4 full-time jobs, and each one of them paying him $175,000 a year. I mean, we could go on, we could keep acting like the jobs are not out there, or we can keep acting like we don't have skills or don't want to get them, and be at 71 like the guy on the phone with Dave Ramsey crying, saying you ain't got nothing for retirement, you don't know what you're going to do, and you don't want to have a place to live, right? And people laugh, right, at the whole thing about, oh, I hear it all the time. Oh, all the what's gonna happen to black women is they're gonna have to be golden girls. And then you sit up here and you think about it and you like, why the fuck not? Why not? Why not buy a big ass mansion, and everybody in the mansion is making $200,000 a year, and y'all paying like 15, 17, $2,000 a month, and still be fancy and free? Why not? Like, I think it probably may be behoove some men to probably live together and not be homeless. Like they say, 40% of the people who are homeless is black people. So it ain't just black women out there homeless, it's black men and women. And you in a tent under a bridge, right? So you might want to rethink the insults and the thoughts. That's all I'm saying, right? But let's get into it because we got Crummy Trust to worry about. We got 40% of IRAs that we got to worry about. Thrift saving plans that we got to worry about. You better be talking to your mom and your dad or whoever is transferring wealth to you. That's baby boomers, and making sure they're setting things up where you're not getting taxed at 40%. Have that difficult conversation. I know I got to have it with mine. She's probably gonna cuss me out, but she'll listen eventually if I keep talking. Right? You just gotta keep talking. That's okay though. I'm all right there. Miss A, you said hello everyone. Just thank you for Women in Lens. 50-year man. I got sparking tech. Yep. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. I appreciate you. Yep, it is an exciting time. You can learn. Just, I mean, really, let's be honest. Just freaking what, see, 2012 maybe, there was no, you couldn't get AWS training for free, Microsoft training for free, and they realized that nobody is coming to learn cloud computing. Why? Let me tell you why. Because everybody was sold on being a software developer. I gotta be a software developer. I'm gonna go to a boot camp and I'm gonna go do this. And these people went to these boot camps. Some of these boot camps closed. They didn't learn anything. They didn't get a job. Not everybody, some. And then they're still stuck with a bill and they didn't know anything. Versus you can go learn Linux and you can go learn cloud computing and then roll into application development if you wanted to and still be a triple threat, really a quadruple threat, right? Because with Linux and any type of cloud, you're going to learn security. It's just inherited in there. And then you're going to learn about application and scaling and so forth. It's just one of those things. And once you start learning all that stuff, now you're ready to go and become moving into lead positions and architects. I showed you the job that was paying 600. I've showed you the job paying 1 million. I've showed you the job paying 2 million. I showed you the job paying 700,000. I've showed you jobs paying 550,000. What, like Tyree say, what more do you want from me? Right? What more do you want? Like it's just now you better get in it's now, we got the Ukrainians coming over. The borders are opening up. People are coming back in. They are looking for people left and right. No lie, they're looking for people left and right. So, I mean, what you gonna do? Sit on the sideline and hope something happen? Some of you out there, I know I can look at the stats and see where you're at. You're in the age ranges from 25 to 60, right? It's from 25 to 60. So my question is, at from 25 to 30, what are you doing? Right? And I pull up these shows where you can put away, where you can learn how to put away $100 a month. Like I think it was for a person who's in the 20 to 25 range. If you put away $100, I think it's $100 a month. I got to go back and pull the video. I think if it's $100 a month, by the time you get to retirement at 65, you be a millionaire plus. And when I say a millionaire plus, possibly approaching 2 million. How many of y'all? What's y'all number for retirement? How much money do you think you're gonna need to retire? Let me ask this. Let me flip that. How many of y'all can live off of $40,000 in retirement a year? Put it out there. And if you are, what year is that? Did you calculate inflation and where you gonna live at? I just want to know. Just things to think about, right? My family's not interested. Got my sister looking at cybersecurity. She has a background in law enforcement and forensics. Yeah, she should go straight into forensics. She can go forensics under Linux forensics. She can go forensics under cybersecurity. She can even go to law school. If I was her, I would actually go maybe even look at forensics in law school, and then start working at these cybersecurity companies for compliance and law and so forth. She can even get into working understanding how to secure the supply chain because it's super huge. That's another aspect, right? All right. Yeah, realistically, yep, realistically, you're gonna need no less than 10 million. Like, I mean, that's just, and from what I'm gathering, that 10 million is not gonna be it because that's really like a $200,000 drawdown. You got to account for inflation, right? And two, the other part is the life expectancy. People are living longer, right? So, right? Yep, gas is $10. Yeah, I mean, if you want to do something with the A plus, I'm not a fan. I'm not gonna shoot that down for you. If that's your route, that's your route. But I prefer Linux first before the A plus personally. um, because I had this conversation with a recruiter yesterday. I had a conversation with, in fact, I had this conversation with a lady that I'm working with. She was like, a year ago, she didn't know anything about Ansible, and she's like, she barely knows Linux, and she's writing Ansible playbooks, and she knows Linux, and she's making, well, she's got to be making at least about 150, 200,000, and it's only been a year. She's only been in a year. And then she's like it was, we was on the phone, and I was just showing her how to do things, and she's like, man, this is what I need to be doing. And I'm like, yeah. She was like, I'm ready to get back into that. I'm just trying to tell you. You see, if I don't know what it is that y'all doing out there, what y'all trying to do, what's going on. Stop listening to these folks that's telling y'all don't buy no house, buy you a house, set yourself up so you can have a place to live, so you can pay it off, so you can at least just be paying on the property taxes, so you can get you some equity, so you can, if you need the golden girl, at least you can be the golden girl and they can come into your house. If you need to be the golden boy, whatever the hell it is, I don't care. You need to get yourself someplace stable, and you also need to look at it like, the more money you make, you need tax shelters, right? You need somewhere where to put that money, right? You need to be investing in real estate. I don't care if you go buy a duplex and you live on one side. I don't care if you go buy a farmland and throw a tiny home on it and making it a extreme getaway or a hunting situation. I don't care. Buy something. Buy something. All right. My mad rant is over. All right. All right. So here we see this. Screen, please. Um, Actor Chadwick Boseman died. He didn't have a will. Neither did recording artist Prince or Aretha Franklin. If you come here to Women in Linux, you know about, I talk about trust, I talk about wills, I talk about estates, estate planning. I'm moving more into estate planning. I have personally myself established myself with my tax strategy where I get tax free, I have tax deferred. I also have my cash strategy. I also have my loan strategy, and I'm also doing my real estate and getting ready to start my mining and looking at this. I'm actually looking at buying this data center that's out here. I think we need more black owned data centers, um, so we can have our own stuff. But we'll get into that another time, another place. I should do that in one of our private meetings and so forth. But let's get into it. All right. So they didn't have a will. Why? Why did they not, especially Aretha Franklin and Prince, did not have any type of will or estate planning? Who was in their corner? Who was championing them along? Right? If you got people in your group that talk about they don't see the point of a will, or they don't see the point of estate planning, or they don't see a point of a trust, you need to change your group. Change it up, because this ain't it. That ain't it. Right? Them days is over with. We're not talking to people no more that ain't even trying to talk about that, because that don't even make any sense. That don't even make any sense, right? And also, we'll talk about how to control beyond the grave. We'll talk about that, right? All right, so now each time the news broke, there was surprise that notable. Can y'all see this? All right. Each time the news broke, there was surprise that such notable names hadn't had made estate planning plans. Yet estate planning isn't as common as experts argue it should be among including among Black Americans, and it's not right. We need to have you need to start talking about when you're making money in tech. If you're making 90,000, if you're making 45,000, if you're making 150,000, if you're making 400,000, your mindset should be I receive this money. I've invested in my 401k. I put into my real estate. I have my strategies, my tax deferred, my tax free strategies. You need to have that mindset. You need to have that mindset. You need to have an investing mindset when you get your sign on bonus. And if you don't get a sign on bonus, it's because you didn't ask for one. If you ask for one and they say, hey, we'll give you 5,000, say, I like 7,500. Negotiate. Everything is negotiable. Start having a negotiating mindset, right? Have that mindset, right? So that way you could take 7,500 after taxes. What's that about? You just cut it in half or knock off 30%, right? You take that money and go. I don't care if you go take 2,500 of it and go put it into an ETF, or if you take it and go put it into um, some crypto, or you take it and you go put it. I don't care where you put it. Make sure you are investing, or you go put it on the down. Excuse me, as a use it as a down payment, right? Use it as a down payment. Whatever you should be like, how am I going to make this? How am I going to take 2,500 and turn it into 10,000, or 2,500 and turn it to 5,000? Have that mindset. You're always investing, right? So next one. All right. So news broke, yet estate planning isn't coming. Blah blah blah. All right. Over 33% of the U.S. adults have a will, according to Caring.com 2021 wills and estate planning. Meanwhile, 27.5% of Black Americans have one, and up to 25.9% in 2020. Despite the growth, Black Americans could miss out on the largest wealth transfer in history, according to the Black House Foundation, a nonprofit aimed at creating new opportunities for the Black community. Over the next 25 years, an estimated 68 trillion will be transferred from the U.S. households to their heirs and charity, according to an analysis of high net worth and ultra high net worth markets by consulting groups. Right, without a plan, probate costs could be 3% to 8% of the value of the estate. Let's go down here. There's also a lack of clarity around loved ones, wishes, potential discord, and may cause among families. So let's pause right there. How can you avoid this? You can set up trust for everybody. So your mom, your dad, your parents, whoever can set up trust for each individual. You could help them walk through that and set up a trust so that way one person isn't the executor of the estate, where one person doesn't have control. They can have everybody has all their pot already lined up for them. So whenever that's your pot over there, that's what she wanted you to have, or that's what he wanted you to have, or that's what they wanted you to have. You gotta go talk to mama and them about that, right? So you can set that up, right? Right. So many families lose their family access and ownership of land because there's nothing set up, right? So if you haven't prepared to pay taxes and get the mortgage covered, the home will at best fall into despair, and at worst fall out of the hands of the family. To be sure, Black Americans' median wealth is less than 15% of that of white families, according to the Federal Reserve in 2019. So the median wealth of white families is 188,000, and compared to 24,000 of Black families. with the forecast to hit zero in 2050 in 2053, your wealth is going to be nothing, which means it's probably going to be harder to get loans, which means nobody's going to believe you. You already don't believe now, right? Let's just call a spade a spade. If I tell you you can go out and get a job making 150,000, people will be like, no, you can't. It's gonna take you 5 years to do that. And I'd be like, nah, no, it's not. You'd be like, nah, you can't nobody do that. I can tell you there's a job out there for 400,000. You'd be like, no, it's not. They not hiring nobody like us. So I mean, either way, either you're gonna get in and try and get denied, or you just not gonna try at all and just be sitting in fear the whole time. How many of you live in fear? And what are you afraid of? I was just curious. You live in fear, but what are you afraid of? Are you afraid of failing? Anybody got a fear of being broke and homeless? I'm just curious. Who got a fear of being broke and homeless? Or you just feel broke? You don't care about the homeless part. I don't know which one is. How many of you working on your credit? What's your credit looking like? When the last time you pulled a report? What does it look like? I'm just curious. All right, so look, it says that we can't say that or right. Disproportionately block communities and accelerated that timeline. Right, we're in a state of emergency now. It's not 2053 anymore. It is here. We are here. We're here. We're seeing it. We are seeing it. We are seeing it. We see people. We're seeing it. We're seeing. There's no here in Colorado. There's nobody to check you out at Walmart. You check yourself out, right? There's a couple of greeters at the door. That's only for distracting security purposes, right? The misconception that age is a factor that you're supposed to be old to do estate planning, that's a lie. You do it now. Are supposed to be wealthy to do estate planning, that's a lie. You don't need to be wealthy. You just need to pay the bill, right? She suggests finding a culturally competent attorney to help you, one that understands the specific issues Black Americans face. Or you just find somebody who's competent, because not, and then find and understand what you're trying to do. My best suggestion is you need to do research first. Read first. Look at videos. So when you sit down and you ask questions, you can you when you sit down and talk to somebody, you're asking questions. You need to ask as many questions as you can, right? So you can have a term life policy. You can have a permanent policy, such as whole life. You can have an annuity. You can do estate planning. You can invest in real estate. You can buy businesses. I think what I'm gonna do is talk about probably in a private show all the different things that you could possibly invest in, how and what that looks like, right? What that looks like, right? All right, so it says here is what you'll need outside of a will. How much does anybody know how much a plot costs? You know how much a plot costs? Have you bought one? You know, does anybody know what their parents and stuff want to be buried at? Have you looked at that? Do you know what that looks like? All right, durable power of attorney. This document lays out who can make financial decisions for you in an event you are incapacitated. Healthcare power of attorney. This designates someone will handle your medical decisions if you become sick and can't make decisions for yourself. How many people want to go into a nursing home? I hear the plots in Atlanta are 20,000 for a plot of land. 20,000. Living will, also called an advance directive. A living will is also a document that expresses your wishes, your medical treatments you would or would not want to use to keep you alive, like resuscitation and intubation. Distribution of assets. That's funny, but that's what I got right here, right? Like I got it on my paper. Distribution of assets. All right. I was talking about this yesterday. Your inherited uh, IRA of 40%. How to avoid that? Your stretch IRA. And according to this, and I gotta double check this. Y'all might want to check this out. The stretch IRA went away in 2020, so I think you have to move over to an irrevocable trust. Go look it up. Go look that up. All right, distribution of assets. A last will and testament spells out who you want to give your assets to after you pass on. It also allows you to name a guardian for any minor and so forth. What's more, people should consider revisiting the plan as life circumstances change. Just don't think of one and done, right? It's continuous, he said. It evolves as your assets evolves as your family evolves. There are trusts which holds assets on behalf of your beneficiaries instead of those assets going directly to them. Diamond recommends trust for those with higher asset levels and or a complicated financial situation. Why is it that you can't pass on? Why is it that you can't make 10 million, right? Maybe live off 4 or 5 million and pass that on to your family. People are like, "Oh, I don't have kids. Who am I passing on to? Nieces, nephews, found creative foundation scholarships, uh, whatever the case may be. You could put things in place. It's not like you gotta always be, reproducing and doing X, Y, and Z, right? That's right. Get the likes up, everybody. Like and subscribe. What's going on? Jason, but I guess it's B Fly. How you doing? You want the private jet? Yeah, I was looking at a private jet actually. Code and Evelyn, what's going on? Right. So that's just one. Those just some of the things, right? So what are you gonna do? With these assets, right? What are you gonna do with this money? You get this money, and what you gonna do with it, right? All right. So I'm not gonna go. Let me see. I don't want to spend a lot of time because this I got a lot of information and I'm gonna have to break it up. I forget which one this one is. Hold on. Yeah, we don't want to do them. I'm trying to. I didn't label them, so I gotta cut and paste and see what they are. I didn't go back to label them. Let me see what this one is. Rolls Rich's car company. I want to talk about that later. We'll talk about that. But let me get you this Crummy Trust right here, and then there is actual a video on it as well too. All right, so this is from smartasset.com. And let me blow it up because it's a little small on my eyes. So I know it's small on your eyes. Let me double check. All right, that look a little better. All right, establishing, this is from April the 1st of 2022. Establishing a trust may be your estate planning to-do list if you want to preserve your wealth for your future generations while potentially enjoying some tax advantages. A crummy trust is a specific type of trust that can be used to transfer assets to minor children and other people as a strategy to avoid gift taxes. Now, you got a living parent and they have all this money or whatnot sitting in some type of fund or some type of IRA or whatnot, where they can essentially loan out or set up a trust where it actually just puts the money in there. So let's talk about what a crummy trust is. Remember what I said before, it is on the table to be asked because this is another way that the wealth have been transferring wealth, right? All right, so here, let's go down here. Crummy trust. A crummy trust named after Clifford Crummy, who first came up with the idea for this type of trust, is designed for making financial gifts to beneficiaries while minimizing gift tax. This type of trust is typically used by parents who want to make financial gifts to minors or adult children, though anyone can establish one on behalf of a beneficiary. So if you want to pay off, say you didn't set up a 529 plan, a 529K plan, and you want to pay for college, you can set up a Crummy Trust in order to pay for it, right? All right, so here we go. Crummy trusts are a little different from other types of trusts in terms of taxation and the transfer of assets to trust beneficiaries. When you set up this type of trust, the beneficiary has a window of time in which they can withdraw assets. For example, they may be able to do so within 30 days after the trust is created and funded. The withdrawal power gives them a present interest in the financial gifts included in the trust. This feature allows you to minimize gift taxes. Now, the IRS right now, I think, doesn't look at your gift tax, and it talks about this a little later on, I think, in here. Anything 15,000 and under. I think it may be 16,000, but I think it's $15,000 and under. So if I give someone $10,000 uh, as a gift, right? The IRS is not going to care about that. They're not going to tax on that. But if it go over 15, they're going to tax on that, right? So when we're talking about how to circumvent, I don't want to say it that way, but how to minimize. Let's go with that. To minimize these things, here's just one of the things that you can do, right? And you're welcome for the info. While the beneficiary could technically withdraw assets from the trust during this window, that would be unlikely in the case of a minor child or someone who's going to college or someone who wants to buy a car, right? Assuming no assets are withdrawn during this period, any financial gifts you made would then stay in the trust to be distributed to the beneficiary or beneficiaries according to the terms and the timelines you set up. It's up to the trustee to ensure that the terms of the trust you've outlined are followed. Advantages of the Crummy Trust for estate planning. Remember, after you get your 401k or your 403b set up, after you maybe have done your backdoor IRA, you've invested in real estate, you've set up your will, hope you got a living will and what have you. You've identified some beneficiaries, you left some type of instructions, right? It's your money. You the puppet master, right? You would need to be thinking under the umbrella of an estate, right? How you if you want to reach that 10 million in retirement, there's multiple ways to do that. It's not just working, it's having investments, and having investments that have compounded interest over time, right? So the other one is the chief advantage of including a crummy trust in your estate plan is favorable treatment of financial gifts for tax purposes. Remember, we're always thinking about how not to give the man or Uncle Sam or whoever you want to, however you want to look at that person, your money back, right? And not be double taxed. Assuming your beneficiary doesn't withdraw funds from the trust during the withdrawal period, money added to the trust on the behalf will qualify for annual taxation. As of 2022, the annual gift tax exclusion limit is 16,000 per taxpayer. So that means if of a married couple filing a joint return, you could technically gift $32,000 per child, right? Single 16, right? Though you may still need to file a gift tax return when you prepare your taxes. The key to making this rule work for you is ensuring that your crummy trust includes a legitimate withdrawal period in which the beneficiary can exercise his or her right to take money from the trust. In the case of a minor child, withdrawals likely aren't an issue if you set up a trust for your kids. With adults, it is uncommon to specify that if assets are taken from the trust during this withdrawal period, then no further financial gifts will be made. That can be an incentive to keep beneficiaries from taking out trust assets too soon. So here's an example. Crummy trusts are used for transferring wealth. I'm gonna read it again. Crummy trusts are used for transferring wealth. What are crummy trusts used for? Type it in the chat. What are they used for? I'll wait. I think it's a 10-second delay. I'll wait. What's free? What's going on, free? Crummy trusts are used for what? I'll read it again. Crummy trusts can be used for transferring wealth. Okay. They're also used for college planning. For example, you specify that the money in the trust should be used. Again, let me read that again. For example, you, the person with the money, yeah, you are the other end. I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you, Mojo. I'm talking to you, Charlena. I'm talking to you, Free. I'm talking to you, D. I'm talking to you, Cannabis Engineer. You, you, did you read that? For example, you specify, Puppet Master, you specify that money is in the trust should be used for college. Or you could specify that the child can't access the money until they completed college or reached a certain age. You specify. You are in control here, right? In a nutshell, Crummy Trust can give you control of trust assets when they are distributed to your beneficiaries while also yielding tax benefits. Both can be helpful if you're looking for an option beyond custodial accounts and the 529 plan, right? Again, Crummy Trust. Now, there are some downsides. So let's go and look at the downsides. If you're thinking that a crummy trust could be useful addition to your estate plan, there are a few potential drawbacks to keep in mind. This is not financial advice. I'm only giving you things that I have discovered. I'm only giving you things that you could possibly go do. Please seek financial advice from a certified CPA, someone who does wealth management and estate planning. This should be a goal of yours. This is something that you should be talking about with you and your children, if you're a single mom or whatnot, or single dad. You also should be talking about this with your current parents if they're still living. You should also be talking about this with your friends because some people leave money to their friends. There's a Dave Ramsey show where a guy died and he left 1.25 million to his secretary. Another lady left $1 million to her best friend. You don't have to leave money to people that you don't like. That's all I'm saying. You can leave money however you want to. You can leave wealth however you want to. You have that control. So utilize your power. All right. So what are those downsides? The downsides. First, there's the cost of setting up and maintaining a common trust. You typically need to pay an attorney to help with creating the trust, and the trustee can collect the fee. The exception would be if you're acting as the trustee yourself. That, however, means the trust can be included in your gross taxable estate. For that reason, it may be better to appoint a disinterested third party to act as a trustee to minimize your tax liability. All right. And finally, there are always possibility that your trust beneficiary will withdraw money from the trust during the withdrawal window. That would negate any gift tax exclusion benefits you might have enjoyed by leaving the money in the trust. Since these trusts can be a little bit more complicated than other trusts, it may be helpful to talk through the details with an estate planning attorney, right? An estate planning attorney can help you determine whether a crummy trust could work for you or in your favor. Crummy trusts are just one way to manage transfer of wealth to future generations. These trusts can offer some tax benefits if you are creating one on behalf of a minor child. They let you have a greater say in the assets can be accessed compared to custodial accounts. Tips for investing: find a financial advisor. They got a smart matchup asset free on here, and it says make sure you look at your last will and testament, advanced health care directive, life insurance, and long-term care insurance, right? So that was Crummy Trust. There's also this guy I've been following. I recommend that you go follow him. Um, I think this is his video right here. And I have a little bit more on the Crummy Trust as well too. Is this my guy? Yeah, this is my guy here. He talks about Crummy Trust. Let me pull back over here. As you can see, I was watching them, but hold on. I'm gonna mute them right here, and we're gonna go through the description, these chapters right here. Let me blow up some. So his chapters are Crummy Trust, right? And he talks about estate tax, how estate tax is paid, combination of gifting and compounding, present interest and annual exclusion, tax saving of compounding, protect from divorce and overspending and lawsuits, put gifts inside of a trust, avoid a gift of trust interest. And then he goes on to a Q&A down here, and he talks about the Crummy Trust and the Crummy Trust notice and other beneficial reasons to gift. And he talks about it in here, like if you want to gift your children stuff from your IRA versus having that taxation. We saw the 16,000, so you could set up a Crummy Trust where you can set up a window where you're from your trust, from your IRA, you're paying them $16,000 a year, right? From your IRA that rolls into that trust, that falls into that window where they have that 30 days to withdraw that money down. And then they can do it on a yearly basis. But here's the other thing too. If I'm that person that's doing that they're withdrawing down from that 16,000, I'm actually having them set up into a trust and possibly roll that money out of that particular trust into something that's going to make some money, but you're going to have to probably seek some an estate planner on that, so that 16,000 is going to make some more money. So what does that next step look like for the person who withdrew the money? All right. I'll drop the channel and the name. His name is Robalus Estate Planning. He's very, very, very detailed. He can rattle on if you can get through some of the rattling, but I didn't, his rattling didn't bother me, right? It didn't bother me. Um, let's go to the 722 mark here. And then I'll turn it up. This part right there. Let me have my sound too here.
Would you like it louder or softer?
See, no, let's get rid of Siri. All right, and he's talking.
The estate tax must be paid in cash to the IRS. Oftentimes, survivors are forced to quickly sell or sell off assets in order to create that cash or to create that liquidity to pay the tax that's due 9 months after a date of death. Of course, the tax is based on the fair market value of everything that you own. So if you own a business,
okay, let's pause right there. What he's talking about right here is if you have an estate, right, and there's a transfer, right, 9 months after the person passed, there's an estate tax that needs to be paid, and he's talking about how to protect against that as well too. So I'll go back to him here. Let me go back a little bit there. Okay.
When estate tax is due, that tax is due 9 months from the date that the person died. And oftentimes, because the estate tax must be paid in cash to the IRS, oftentimes survivors are forced to quickly sell or sell off assets in order to create that cash or to create that liquidity to pay the tax that's due 9 months after a date of death. Of course, the tax is based on the fair market value of everything that you own. So if you own a business or if you own some real estate, all of that has to get appraised. All those appraisals get sent to the IRS along with the IRS Form 706, the federal estate tax return. But the tax is paid in cash, even though it's based on 40% of the fair market value of everything that you own. So there's a chance that your survivors are left with the thought as they write a multi-million-dollar check to the IRS that, why didn't mom or dad do something about this? All right, so before I get into the solution, which I'm going to get to here in a second, let's go, all right, Kristen, what is the difference between Crummy Trust versus normal trust? That's about what I'm going to get into here in a second. So excellent question, Christine. I'll get to it in a second. That's what people thought in 2012 during the fiscal cliff, then Congress did not reduce it. You're right. Is it really likely to go back to what it was? Yeah, it's going to go back unless Congress changes it. And yeah, we saw that back in when it was 5 million, threatening to go back to 1 million on like December 31st of the year, when it was scheduled to go back to $1 million on January 1st. Congress said, let's keep it at $5 million. Just really.
Yep, because it was more than 5 million. It got reduced, right? It just recently got reduced. So again, I'm telling you stuff about, hey, big picture here, estate planning, what's in your estate, right? Your cars, your houses, all that stuff. And Sarah, thank you so much, right? Am I saying your name right? Tell me if I'm saying it right. I don't want to. I thank you so much for your $15 super chat. Yeah, that's right, Sasha. Get the lights up, right? We got to start thinking about what we're gonna put into that estate, how we're gonna protect that after we're gone, right? There's no reason why your 10 million can't stretch over 2, 3, 4, 5 generations if set up right. If set up investing right, your estate shouldn't stop at 10 million after you pass. It should still be producing income. It should be producing money. Your real estate ventures and so forth should still be producing. We should still be growing, right? It shouldn't stop with you. You want to set up people after you, right? So let's work on that, right? Even with your your own family, you want to set that up, right? You want to set that up. So let's get back to it.
They just messing around with everybody, and all these people who had transferred $5 million, or couples who had transferred $10 million out of their estate. Just a real mess there. All right, let's see. Hello, Grandma has, so the answer is, who knows? I'm long past trying to guess, or long past accurately guessing what Congress is going to do. Grandma has a 55% ownership in family real estate partnership valued at 20 million. How go about changing her partnership percentage? Good question. That's a loaded question. More loaded. A lot of substance to the answer there, but no time to give the answer. So I'm wondering, is Grandma going to be maybe donating some of her partnership interest to heirs in advance of her death, but depending upon the value of those partnership interests that she transfers, will she be using up some of her estate tax exemption? Also, what comes to mind with a $20 million estate that's in a family real estate partnership, as you say, there might be an opportunity, while the estate tax exemption is 12.07 million now, to go ahead and get that 12.07 million out of Grandma's estate, Grandma's estate now, before the exemption reverts back to the $6 or $6.5 million. So we'll see. I think Wimmer Jim was making a good point about 2012, if that's when it was. But again,
and we're gonna get into some other stuff. I think I got about 15 minutes. I'm gonna let him finish up. But I got a whole bunch of stuff that I didn't even cover. Well, I really wanted to get the crummy stuff out. But we need to talk about the Secure Act 2.0. right? The Secure Act 2.0, go look it up while he's talking. I think that comes out of Trump, but that's supposed to expire, I think, in 2026. But go look at what it is, and we're gonna talk about it.
LO, just get informed and make informed decisions. Neo GX 148, my mom has a home paid off that she wanted to give me, but she only has a will with me on it, and we didn't know whether it is a better idea to get a trust and how to go about doing this. A lot of issues there. Is she going to give you the home? What's the value of her estate? Does it make some sense to get it out of her estate? Would it be better to get a trust? Are you referring to revocable living trust where she keeps it in her trust and then you get it when she passes away outside of all the probate, court and attorney involvement? If she doesn't have a very large estate, it may be better for her to leave that to you as an inheritance from her living trust or through her will, because there'll be that step up in basis that will happen when she passes away. Those are issues going through my mind. Good question, Neo. All right, so now we'll talk about what maybe the smart people are doing. And again, I've said this once or twice on an estate planning live presentation before. Not everything I talk about is applicable to everybody that's listening. So this is a little bit more of a higher end discussion. You might have that $5 or $6 million estate. You might have like grandma who has a $20 million estate, may have much more than that. So the kind of the larger the estate, the tougher the problem and the more opportunity you have to minimize the problem. All right, do you think step up in basis or 1031 exchanges will be eliminated? No idea. And my family has a 7-figure estate, mostly tied up in land. I just don't know. All right, so going back to the $5 million estate, the $10 million estate, grandma's $20 million estate. Here's the deal, and somebody brought it up a while back. As we all know, the stock market's down. It was up. I look at it every day, but the Dow Jones was around 36,000. Now it's around 31,000, something like that. So it's taken a pretty good hit, to me, maybe 15% or so. So what that does is it makes some people nervous, as the chat expressed, but it also an opportunity to get more out of the estate before it goes back up, and you won't be able to get as many shares of stock out of the estate when the value.
This the rambling I be talking about. Get to it. This the rambling.
It goes back up, or you won't be able to get as much real estate or partnership interests out of the estate as the assets appreciate. So the bottom line here is for people who kind of think they may be subject to estate tax in the future, and maybe they feel like they've got enough to live off of for the rest of their lifetime. They're kind of frugal. They're living off their income. They've got a few $1 million, but they know they're not going to need or spend all of that. But they want to avoid as much of the 40% estate tax as they can. It's the solution is this, one of the solutions, or maybe the first solution, first thing that people could start doing is it's a combination of using something called present interest annual gifting, compounding growth, and protecting from beneficiaries or heirs overspending, getting divorced, or getting sued. So it's a
boom. You heard those three. I'm gonna try to slowly play it back. See, I'm trying to slowly play it back. I don't want to go too far back. Let's see right there. Let's see.
Want to avoid as much of the 40% estate tax as they can. It's the solution is this, one of the solutions, or maybe the first solution, first thing that people could start doing is it's a combination of using something called present interest annual gifting.
Present interest annual gifting. Gifting. Present interest annual gifting. That's what I was talking about, right?
Compounding growth.
Compounded growth.
And protecting from beneficiaries or heirs overspending, getting divorced, or getting sued. So,
all right, overspending, getting divorced, and sued. You got to protect, right? So this is where we start talking about those prenups and postnuptials and all that stuff. Wealth abundance, wealth mindset is what we're talking about, all right?
It's a combination of a lot of those things. So let's get into it. Step one to a long-term play to avoiding estate tax and keeping it in the family is doing this gifting over a long period of time with compounding growth. Most people are aware of the gifting limits. You or you and your spouse, if you're married, can each donate or give $16,000. That's the number for 2022. Most of you are aware of this. You can give that to as many people as you wish every calendar year. That rule that permits you to do that is called it's the $16,000 present interest annual exclusion. Just note for a moment that I said the words present interest. It's the $16,000 present interest annual exclusion. I'm going to come back to that in just a few moments. But I want you to take note of it's called the present interest annual exclusion. But
Evelyn, you gotta take notes every time you come here. I take notes. I take notes on me. I take notes on me. Let's get back to it. But what he's talking about is part of this is setting this up for the Crummy Trust. And what he's talking about, remember I told you about that annual gift that you can do, $16,000 if you're single, right? And $32,000 if you're married, right? Or you can gift your heirs or beneficiaries or so forth, right? So again, keep in mind, we're talking about, I know it sounds crazy that you're going to gift someone $16,000, but we're trying to avoid that 40%. This is what I'm talking about. We're trying to avoid that 40%, right? So even if you have $1 million or $2 million or $3 million, you can again set up a gift to say, hey, I want to give I don't want my beneficiaries to worry about the 40% transfer. Maybe I'll gift them $5,000 just over time. And remember, like he said, in a calendar year.
Let me just give you an idea of some of the tax savings. And by no means does this just write your kid a check, write your grandkid a check every year for $16,000 or $32,000 if you're married, and then they go blow it. And so that doesn't serve any valuable purpose. But we're gonna get to that in a minute. Right now, we're just talking about the concept of moving it from where it's in your estate to out of your estate. And again, you can give $16,000 to as many people as you want to, and you don't use any of what is now your $12.007 million estate tax exemption. To the extent you give someone more than the present interest annual exclusion amount, currently $16,000, to the extent you give someone more than that in a calendar year, you do start using up some of your present interest annual exclusion. So for example, if in this calendar year you donated $116,000 to your child or to someone, it really doesn't matter who you give it to.
I want you to notice the words that he used. He said donate. He didn't say give. He didn't say right. He said donate. You have to listen to the terminology as well too, right? Listen to what words he's using, right? And then also notice that he also talked about the taxation free under 12 million, right? Did y'all hear that? It's like, so I go back and I listen to his videos like 3 or 4 times. Because sometimes I'm blown away at like what I don't know. And then I'm blown away like, hell, I didn't even know you could do that, right? And then I keep the chat open because I try to see what people are talking about in the chat because he'll ask those questions and whatnot. I like his stuff, and there's 2 other people that I follow. I think he's wordy, but I think he breaks it down enough where if you never ever heard this stuff before in your life, you don't feel lost. You may take some notes and then you go look it up. So let's get back to it.
The first $16,000, that's okay. But that extra $100,000, you gave $116,000. Now you've used up some of your estate tax exemption. So when you pass away, instead of being able to leave 12.07 million estate tax free, you can only leave 11.97 million estate tax free. So you're probably starting to get the idea. If you give more than 16, you start using some of your estate tax exemption. Okay, so let's take a look. Let's say a couple has 3 children. And so that's their donees, the parents who may be donating or gifting or trying to get it out of the estate. They're the donors, the people they give it to. It doesn't have to be children. It could be nieces, nephews, friends, grandchildren, those people are called the donees. But if parents have 3 children, kind of a typical scenario, and each of the parents can give each of the children $16,000 every calendar year, that's $96,000 of transfers, giving $32,000 to each of the 3 children. And let's say they started that when they were 60 years old. At 60, they've got enough to live off of. They've got a few $1,000,000. They see it kind of gradually growing. They're like, okay, we can carve out this sliver of $96,000 of assets, whether that's stock or cash or whatever, or a retirement account distribution. And they do that. They choose to do it every year for the next 25 years. So over 25 years, they're likely to be able to give more if they wanted to, because the $16,000 present interest annual exclusion amount gets adjusted every few years, goes up by $1,000. But let's just say for 25 years, to keep the math simple, they transferred $96,000 out of their estate, a total of $96,000 to their 3 children. So 25 years later, they have transferred $2.4 million out of their estate. And
I'm transferring damn near $100,000 every year to my children, right? My kids, right? For 25 years. You mean tell me that's 2.4 million? You mean tell me you can't figure out a way to invest that every single time you get, you get a lick? You should at least be buying 2 properties, right? You should be buying, right? You understand what we're talking about here? And when you're buying and you're doing this, the kids should be understanding, and you should have already had that conversation about putting that back into an estate, and just keep rolling. Now you're starting to see the transfer. You're starting to see the domino effect of that.
And so they made $2.4 million of gifts. However, if once they made those gifts each year, those gifts were invested at, let's say, a fairly aggressive 8% rate of return, then even though they had only given away $2.4 million only, if that, due to compounding after 25 years, those gifts will be worth roughly a little over $7.5 million. So the 40%.
And so this goes back to what I was alluding to earlier. They can put it into a trust, and the kid's not used to trust, but the trust that they put into gets compound interest over the years as well too. So you see the money is making money. Does that make sense to everybody? Are we getting where I'm going with this? Are you understanding this at all? Let me know if this is confusing. Drop a 1 in the chat if it makes sense. Drop a 2 if it don't make sense, and drop a 3 if your mind is blown. Let me know. Drop a 1 in the chat if it makes sense. Drop a 2 if it don't make sense, and drop a 3 if your mind is blown. Right? Because that's how I felt when I looked at it. I was like, say son of a gun. Okay. All right, I see what we do. 1 and 3 free. That's right. 1 and 3. D, I see you 1 and 3. Right? Sasha 3. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, BB. Yeah. Yes. This is what I'm talking about. I was blown. I was like, ain't that about a nothing?
Percent tax that would be avoided on that $7.5 million would save that family over $3 million in federal estate tax. And then the parents would still have whatever their exemptions were at the time of their death to shield what was inside the estate from the estate tax. Let's look at a little bit bigger example. Let's take someone who has 10 potential donees. Maybe they have 3 children and 7 grandchildren, and they can transfer $320,000 out of their estate each year. That couple can, without using any of their exclusion amounts. So over 25 years, they've transferred $8 million out of their estate at an 8% rate of return. That $8 million of transfers results in over $25 million of funds kept in the family outside of the estate tax, saving over $10 million of 40% tax.
I'm gonna stop right there. I'm just gonna stop right there. What's going on, Shamika? What's going on? Like, are you hearing these numbers? Are you hearing what's going on? I'm gonna gift you this $16,000 every year. I'm still below my limit, so I'm not going to get taxed on that, right? And I'm below my 12 million, whatever he say, 12 million point 016, whatever that is. He say I'm still below that, and then I'm gifting to you for compound. We're compounding, right? We're doing compounding, right? And so by the time they get out and get done, whatever they need, they're already set up. They have already been set up, and it starts with you. You're the puppet master. You are the puppet master. That's what I'm trying to get to you. Make as much money as you can because you are the puppet master now for future generations, not only for future generations, for your own self, for your own self, and for everybody else that's behind you. This is what I'm saying. Let me do that.
So you may be able to start to see how the gifting, when it starts early, even if someone is not subject to the estate tax now, they kind of anticipate being subject to the estate tax in the future and start the gifting now, take advantage of the compounding growth to save millions of dollars of estate tax. All right, I'm going to keep going here. And so I mentioned earlier, oftentimes people, it doesn't make sense for reasons I'm about to explain to just write your kids and grandkids a check for $32,000, $16,000 if you're not married, $32,000 if you are married, because that may do more harm than good. They may go spend it on stuff you wouldn't want them to spend it on because you would have never spent it on that stuff. You were frugal, and that just creates havoc. So just outright gifts, while they will get money out of the estate, they may not accomplish your long-term objectives of trying to keep it in the family. So now we're going to start talking about how trusts are used to facilitate the gifting and preserve it for many years. Let me go back to a couple of questions here.
All right, so this gets into all of those that are like looking at marriage, right? And you have a family who set you up like this, whether you're a man or woman, and now and this happened on Dave Ramsey show where the lady got where the mother and father had money. They had 5 million. They left it to their son. He got married. The daughter was still living, which is the sister of the son. She had to go to court to fight for that estate because naturally the estate was going to go to the wife. So the daughter would be left out. So again, these are things that you have to be thinking about how you're going to structure this and what you're going to do, right?
Let's see here. As a disabled man with a mortgage and one estranged daughter and 2 minor grandchildren, what is the best type of will to get? I hope to pay the house off before my time. So I think what's running through my mind there, you have a home with a mortgage, which probably means, you have a modest estate because you're still working on paying off that mortgage. So estate taxes aren't a concern. When you ask what is the best type of will, well, now you say you have 2 minor grandchildren. Are you wanting to include them as inheriting from you? And if so, there needs to be some trusts involved since minors might inherit, and that's a disaster if they inherit in their own name. Good that you hope to pay off the house.
Key word. Did you hear what he said? It's a disaster if they inherit in their own name, because he's talking about the taxation on you receiving that in your own name versus a gift coming from an estate or or even a trust. It's not in their name, so it's not a taxation on them as looked at as income. It's not looked at as income. You see where he did there? That's why I say you got to listen. The reason why I know what he was saying because I didn't listen to it. Like this, my part of my second, maybe third time watching. I skipped through it. Right, I watched it in the whole, then I come back and I listen to it.
Maybe your analysis is, should you have a will or living trust? You know, a will works and things go where you want them to go. It just requires the survivors to go through the probate process. You can set up your living trust and keep the transfer of those assets and keep your child and grandchildren outside of the court and attorney involved probate process. All right, interest on home loan deductible. I think somebody asked that the other day, and I think somebody chimed in and said yes. So I guess that's a first mortgage or a home equity line of credit. Yes, I'm divorced and would rather leave my small estate to my grandkids. Okay, thanks for the clarification, Robert C. So yes, you'd be leaving assets in trust for your grandkids because they're minors, and you would name a trustee. I don't know if that would be one of their parents or somebody else to manage it for them until they're older. Good question, Robert C. Neo says, darn, I paraphrase you. This is interesting. So good. All right, let's keep going because I only got about halfway through now to the meat of the stuff.
This is what I want you to hear.
Not only do you want to do the gifting to save, in one case, $3 million of tax, in another case, $10 million of tax, but in addition to the tax avoidance, you want to make sure those gifts are protected from the child, grandchild, beneficiaries, nieces or nephews, protected in case they get divorced. You want to protect it from them overspending that money after you've taken it out of your estate. And you want to protect it just in case they get sued. Most people haven't been sued in their lifetimes, but a lot of people are worried about getting sued. So that's where trusts come into play. The beauty of putting assets that you're taking out of your estate, instead of just putting it in the laps of your donees, you put it in a trust for them in order to protect it from their divorces. So if they do get divorced, they keep their trust. They don't commingle that money with other assets they may have with their spouse, because you'll designate a trustee, or you have the option to designate a trustee of that trust who is not your child or grandchild or that beneficiary. That could keep that child or grandchild from overspending that money, or keep their spouse from influencing them into overspending that money, so that you and they can take advantage of the compounding growth. And then if you just write your heir a check for $32,000 and someone gets a judgment against them, then that creditor can just snap up that $32,000 that's in their bank account. If you put it in a trust for them the right way, and it's a spendthrift trust with all the appropriate language in there, it will be exempt from their creditors. So we're talking.
You heard that, right? You heard that, right? I hope y'all got all that game. I'm telling you, go back and look at his videos. Go back and look at the Crummy Trust. Go look and see what's going on with that. We are actually out of time. It is so much more that I need to share with y'all. This is what happens when it take off a week. I didn't even. I could. I swear to you, we haven't touched the surface of none of the stuff I wanted to share. These are my notes. These are all my notes for today, right? These are all my notes. I haven't got into how to track your pensions. There's more on the Crummy Trust here of how you can utilize it. Um, I don't know. I mean, do I need to continue this next week for the Crummy Trust? I don't know. Should I do it on the next show? I don't know. But there's a whole lot more to discuss. Let me show you things that on his site that I thought were. You can see I've been watching videos. Right?
Hey, Tam,
Yeah.
since you have so much to go, you can continue this show, which will run into the next show. So this will be a long show if you want to do that, because we were off. It was my birthday, everybody. So we were off. So if you want to continue because you're on a roll, we can definitely do that.
Well, I'm gonna leave that to the audience. Do they want to continue, or do they want to talk about on the next show? I was gonna discuss um on the next show. I had conferences, the whole thing around Space Force and the amount of money, because I saw the stuff about the jobs. I had already started covering that, but I also started covering from the perspective of like the skills you need and all these other things. So I don't know. I'm kind of leaving that on you and the audience. Like what y'all feel comfortable with wanting to talk about. Because again, I have a lot, but I can stop and we can start up next week and go from there, or I can stop and we can do the next show. I mean, it's on everybody. What you thinking, D?
I'm saying run it. Keep it going. Full steam ahead.
All right. So if y'all are willing to stick around for another hour or so, probably another hour or so is probably right. Yeah, continue to talk about the Crummy Trust. Yeah.
That way we can condense. We can just have one long show, so we don't have to stop unless you need to take a water
Nah.
break or anything like that. We can go on binary.
Binary hustlers. Yeah. That's what I said. Binary hustlers is like I got content for binary hustlers today. If D willing to do one, y'all gotta convince D because I don't know how she feeling, right? Um,
D is fine. That'll be later on tonight. I had to get ready, but I think I fixed my technical issues on my main laptop. So
yeah.
long as I eat beforehand, I'm good.
Yeah, so like I say, the stuff that I found out over the last couple of weeks with watching his stuff, um, the Crummy Trust, there are other trusts. He breaks down the irrevocable trust, and then the Secure Act. I hope you look that up. We got to talk about that. We also got to talk about um your IRAs, your inheritor IRAs. I want to go at least have that conversation with you too. This is just one way with the Crummy Trust, which I thought was super, super important when we're talking about transferring wealth. But again, I'm just going to show you this. I'll get back to the video. We'll keep going. I'll show you the things that he discusses, things that I thought was important, right? So like here, designating um, designating a trust as the beneficiary of your IRA. Remember we was talking about that in inherited IRA, right? You inherit that IRA instead of inheriting that IRA directly to a person, roll it into a trust because then you have the protection of that trust, right? You hear where I'm going with that? You never mind. The other one here was protecting your home and life savings from nursing homes. So when you get ready to go to a nursing home, you have to give up assets. You have to give that up. And he talks about how can you protect yourself from that. I don't know if you all knew that. You have to give up assets. I don't know if you knew that, which is a good video to watch. And he talks about protecting yourself from that, right? Um, reduce estate tax exemption. Um, 7 ways to leave your estate to your children, right? Um, take care of your spouse. Take 3 ways to leave your estate for your spouse. Now, here's another thing to consider as you all build your wealth is do you want to leave your estate, say you're a married couple, and let's say the mom passes away and she leaves the estate and then goes to the father. But what if the father has a bad relationship with the children? And he doesn't, let's say he didn't, let's say there's no estate. Let's say she leaves the wealth to the father and he has a bad relationship with the children and he don't leave them anything. I don't know if y'all ever Let me see if I can find it. I don't know if you ever remember Lou Rawls, ex-wife. I don't know if y'all ever heard that phone call. Let me see if I can find the phone call. Let me see if they got
Singer
it.
Lou Rawls may have achieved international
Nah.
fame with his music.
Let me go here. I don't want to do all that. I just want the phone call. And this is another reason. Videos. She left a phone call, and she left a phone call to his kids. And she was like, y'all ain't gonna get a damn dime. Y'all ain't gonna get nothing. He left I'm the
Singer
wife.
Lou Rawls may have achieved
And because of the way I guess he didn't have things set up properly either. In the phone call, she told his kids they ain't getting nothing. And kids, let me see, and kids phone call. Okay, I can't find it. We'll get back to our Crummy Trust here. But yeah, she left a nasty message. It made headlines. And she was like, y'all, whatever he had, you ain't getting nothing.
Hey every superstars, Luana rolls a couple years and back to wars.
Yeah, she always biting. I don't like her content. All right, so let's get back to Crummy Trust. Crummy and his trust. All right. Can I just go back?
Crummy Trust,
Yeah.
where either that child or
Hold on. Let me see where we're at. Tax saving compound protect from divorce.
you want to do the gifting to save, in one case, $3 million of tax, in another case, $10 million of tax. But in addition to the tax avoidance, you want to make sure those gifts are protected from the child, grandchild, beneficiaries, nieces or nephews, protected and that creditor can just snap up that $32,000 that's in their bank account if you put it in a tax exemption. Hence, the Crummy Trust. So Crummy, which somebody already spelled, and most people do spell Crummy, is named after a court case back from the 1960s with the IRS and the tax court and all of that. And the gentleman, the taxpayer who happened to be at issue, his last name was Crummy, hence the Crummy Trust. I think his name was Clifford Crummy. I wish his name would have been something like tax savings. So we could call this trust the Tax Savings Trust after him. But his name was Crummy, Crummy. So now this is called the Crummy Trust. And so the IRS was trying to say, hey, Clifford, Crummy, by you putting assets in trust for your children, you can't take advantage of the present interest annual exclusion gift. You're giving future interest. So you're using up your exemption. So out of that came the Crummy Trust or the Crummy Notice. And it's that combination of putting things in trust for children, which is normally a gift of a future interest, but giving them temporarily a present interest to the gift. So here's the way that works. Give you an example. Dad wants to transfer $16,000 to each of his 4 children, and he wants to put it in a trust for them to protect from their divorces, their overspending, their lawsuits, and he wants to see it grow, compound. So he puts that in a trust for them, and when it goes into the trust account for them, those children have what's called a 30-day non-cumulative right, which means if they don't exercise their right, they lose it, they never get it again. But that beneficiary has a non-cumulative right to withdraw the contribution But that right for the beneficiary to withdraw that contribution lapses 30 calendar days following their notice of the contribution. So dad's sitting there writing out $16,000 checks to each child's trust. And then the child gets notice, hey, child, dad made a $16,000 contribution to your trust. You have 30 days within which you can go ahead and take that gift. And if you don't take the gift, then the gift will be subject to the terms of that trust, which means it'll just start going and you'll get it later. Very, very, very rarely, almost never does this child exercise their right.
So here's the question though, what is it invested in? What is that trust invested in for it to have compound interest? What is that investment in? You are the puppet master. What are you investing in for that compound interest? So me thinking how I think, I'm like, what can I invest in that's gonna give me that compound interest, right? What are y'all thoughts on that? What is in that trust that I'm putting 16,000 into, or 32,000, married or single or married, I should say, and that's going to compound over time. Remember that beneficiary get a 30-day window. They can snatch it. Right? They get a 30-day window to snatch it. Or you had a wealth transfer talk to your peeps, and you say, hey, I'm gonna put this over here, but we need to let it grow, right? Maybe you take money out in 3 years from now, right? Maybe you take 16,000 out in 3 years from now and go invest that. But it has grown in them 3 years, right? And like you said, we're trying to do something at 8%, right? So compounded, right? So what do y'all think that is? I'm gonna play, but y'all let your thoughts run in the chat. I'm gonna play it.
To withdraw that contribution, because dad just simply tells the child, if you exercise your right to take this contribution, I'll never make another one on your behalf again. But it is a formality. They have to be given that right. And by giving them that 30-day opportunity or that window to actually take the contribution, and if that 30 days lapses, it stays in the trust. Just by giving them the 30-day window, then that's enough to make it a gift of a present interest to qualify for the $16,000 present interest annual exclusion. Okay, so hope you're able to follow that. I got more good stuff to go over. Let's see. How will I know if I'm an executor? Will I find out upon the death of the grandfather? Well, really, nobody has a right to know what's in anybody's will while that person is alive. But when the person dies, to get anything done and to get any assets transferred and to unfreeze an account, then that will gets filed at the courthouse. And kind of step one is typically the executor would get confirmed. So somebody should notify you, because some interested party should notify you that you've been named as an executor. Good question, but all right. Isaiah, maybe, I guess grandfather's already died. Isaiah Land, thank you, Paul, you're welcome. How should my grandma set up her trust? She has 2 sons. She only has a home, and one of her sons is titled with her home. Should only the other son be the sole beneficiary of that trust? I'm not sure what's going on there. Good question, Isaiah. Don't really understand. One of her sons is titled with her home. So does that mean they co-own it? Does that mean she has it set up so that when she dies, ownership goes to him? Probably a few state-specific questions.
So I'm gonna ask this question. How many of y'all have something to leave behind right now? Do you have something to leave behind right now? Have you looked at what your estate or estate planning could look like? Are you discussing that? Has this even sparked any thoughts for you? Right? Has it sparked any thoughts for you? I know for me, it sparked thoughts. For those that own businesses too, or at least starting a business, what does that look like? Right? We can also start talking about family heirlooms as well too. Um, are people who are buying gold, people who are buying silver. You may be buying watches and so forth. What does that look like? How are you rolling that into the state? Because some watches are still worth, money. I think there's been a decline, but still over time, they still are holding their value, depending on the watch. And again, I'm single with no kids, so you could leave. You could create a foundation. You could leave money to friends and family. You could leave. You could set up a scholarship. You can also get you an apartment building, leave it to a family. There are just multiple things you can do. Again, people argue with me about you need to be married in order to transfer wealth. Well, if Oprah has billions of dollars or $1 billion, and she's not married, but she has nieces and nephews and cousins, could she not leave that money to them in a trust and keep the money in the family? The Oprah family, whatever her last name is, Winfrey. I don't think is Winfrey her real last name. I don't remember. But can she leave that to the Winfrey family and pass that on down the line? Is that not possible? Right? It's multiple ways to leave your mark on this world. What is it going to be? What is going to be your mark? Right? What is going to be your mark?
Questions there. So a few things going on in my mind there. I don't have a clear-cut answer for you there because I have more questions. Natalie, what happens when beneficiary files bankruptcy? It's a bankruptcy question, but that's another reason why assets that are transferred out of the estate to a beneficiary should be put into a trust for that beneficiary with the appropriate spendthrift restraint provisions. That way creditors can't take that beneficiary's interest in the trust. A little more to it when bankruptcy is involved, but
You know what I heard? All I heard was I could stay rich.
that's the main issue there. Once established a crummy trust, does it get assigned an EIN tax ID number? Then can open, yeah. So because the crummy trust is an irrevocable trust, unlike perhaps your revocable living trust where you can do whatever you want to with it, this goes into an irrevocable trust for the child. And virtually every financial institution out there is going to require that irrevocable trust to get its own tax ID number, which really is easy. It can be done in seconds on the IRS website. But yes, typically does need its own tax ID number. Kelsa Valdez, how can I give my 2 adult kids rental property, 1 each, without me paying too much to federal taxes? So I don't know if this is what you're getting at, but a lot of people have rental property. They own it in an LLC, which is wise because if you own rental property in your name and somebody gets injured, they're going to sue you. You're the owner, and they can take everything you got. Whereas if your rental property is owned by an LLC and you own the LLC, but if somebody gets injured, they're going to sue the owner, who is the LLC, and your other assets will be protected. How can you give that to your 2 adult kids? Some people, if they're trying to fit those gifts within the $16,000 present interest annual exclusion amount, they'll move that property into an LLC and then give out small membership interests in that LLC each year to their 2 adult children if estate taxes are a concern. Hope that helps. When you set up a crummy trust, can you make it divorce proof? So that's generally the idea. Good question. Don't know the name. It's different language there. But very good question. You make a gift in trust to your child, for example, who is married. Well, let's look at it the other way. If you had just written a check to your child for $32,000 or $16,000, and they just deposited that money, perhaps in a joint account with their spouse, money's coming into and out of that account, and you can't really track what happened to that $16,000 or $32,000, and then they get divorced, they're likely to lose half of it. But you set aside all that gifting into a trust for that one child, then It's kind of locked into that trust for that child only. It doesn't get mixed up or commingled with other assets that child has with their spouse. That's typically what makes it divorce proof.
Okay, so everybody's always talking about, I don't want her or him to take half, right? Don't take my money. We've been married 32 years and she's gonna take half. I want her to be on the street like a peasant. Right? So look, set your shit up. Like, go and set yourself up, right? Right? So you can prevent that, right? You can prevent that and handing it down, and also in your marriage, you can also prevent that too, right? So you can create a trust. Now that's when I think you're gonna have to get with an estate planner, and I think at some point you're gonna have to use common sense and have a discussion on what y'all want to put into a trust, what you're willing to give up. But you could do prenups, but that's post nuptials too. And then I was looking online. There were on his channel, and I have to go back and search through his stuff, where he was talking about post nuptials, prenuptials, and nuptials while married, setting up planning while married. Like, hey, you've acquired some stuff and you want to protect that from your spouse. He was talking about that, but I think that's a conversation that you're gonna have to have with your significant other, partner, or husband, wife, whatever you all are identifying each other as, and go from there. That's my personal thought. But if you want to protect yourself beforehand, before you get married, you can do that as well too, right? You can protect yourself beforehand, right? And after.
Not an LLC, got you there. Yeah, I probably want to consider an LLC if you want to do some gifting, because it's just cumbersome to gift away small fractional interest in a piece of real estate. Lots of recordings in the county, more difficult than that really needs to be. So since cash of $16,000 per beneficiary goes in, is the Crummy Trust taxed each year? In other words, will some money come out? Yeah. So typically the most tax efficient way to do it is when that $16,000 goes into a trust, nobody pays any tax, because it's a gift, and gifts are not subject to income tax, either to the donor or the donee. But now let's say that $16,000 gets invested in the trust, and let's say the trust is set up so that the child or the beneficiary is the income beneficiary of that trust. That's $16,000. I'm not talking about the growth or the capital appreciation, but just the interest that $16,000 produces. And let's say it produces a couple of $100 of interest or dividend income in a year. Typically, the most effective way to do it would be to allow that income that the trust produces to go to the income beneficiary, and then the income beneficiary receives that income and they pay tax on that income. So if they receive $200, they got the $200, they owe tax on the $200 at whatever rate they're in. That keeps the trust from accumulating the income and potentially having to pay more trust income tax, because the trust income tax rates are higher. Mark, how do I set up a pour over trust? My assets go into a trust at my death. One way to do it, Mark, is you set up your trust and then you set up your pour over will. So to the extent your assets are still in your name when you die, the pour over will pours those assets over in the trust. You can check out a website that I co-founded a couple of years ago to help people learn and then create their own self-directed estate planning online. It's myadvocates.com. Once I do my edits, I'll throw that description, that link in the description below, myadvocate.com. If you don't see it right now, you can look at one of my other videos. You'll see it there. Bill Smith in New York. My sister removed my mother's will from the house at a family meeting with her attorney present. They both admitted reading it. My mother was still alive. My sister was her power of attorney. Whew, sounds like a tough one, but it's a common concern, because when mom dies, if nobody can find or locate the will, then most, if not all, state law says it's presumed that mom destroyed her will with the intent to revoke it. So I was looking at some stuff this morning where I believe it's 28 states allow you to file your will with the probate court in a sealed envelope. And that way the sister can.
Which reminds me, there is a website that I have found where it says these are the places not to pass on. These are the states not to pass on in. If a spouse have a gambling habit or lawsuit, this can ensure a person not to lose their house in retirement. Yes. So let me pull this up, and we're gonna finish that part off because he goes into another little section. States not to let's see, is it on here? No. Hold on, let me go on my notes because I pulled this up. No, that's not it. That's not my notes for this week. 66. Let me look and see if I see it on my notes here. Let me look. I'm looking. Hold on. It was a link, and I may have it in my Slack, where there are states that you should not pass on in because of their taxes, and because of I don't think this is the link. Let me look and see. No, that ain't it. That's about Social Security. Oh God, I can't believe I lost it. I can't believe I lost it. Smart Trust, estate planning. Oh yeah, here it is right here. I got it. Right here. Okay. State death tax hikes loom were not to pass on in 2021. Now, this was in 2021. And it says, as states address budget woes due to the pandemic, one place they may turn to for revenues, as they have in the past economic crisis, is death taxes. All right. So here it says, already the District of Columbia has toughened the estate tax levy effective January the 1st. It says that estate adjustment, and this is what he was talking about earlier in the video, right? Reducing the exemption from 5.6 million in 2020 to 4 million for individuals who pass on or after January the 1st. A resident dying in 2021 with a taxable estate of 10 million will owe nearly 1 million in estate tax to DC. This is what you want to avoid. All right. 17 states and DC impose their own estate on inheritance taxes separate from the federal estate tax levy, which hits far fewer people today. In 21, the federal estate tax exemption is 11.7 million per person. It is set up to drop back to 5 million in 2026. This is why I was also telling you to also be aware of the Secure Act. This is actually part of one of Trump's things that he came out with for 2026. But President-elect Joe Biden has called for the federal estate tax to revert to levels back to 2009 levels of 3.5 million per person. So anybody that's got 10 million or more, they're gonna keep getting hit, right? All right. So if the 3.5 million estate tax returns, that could prompt more changes at the state level. Certain states that do not have a state death tax may look at one as a way to increase revenue. That though And those that do have one may look at one way of revising their state death tax to increase revenue, right? All right, so let's scroll down. They go into a little bit more here, but here's what they say. And I can blow that up some. Right? It says these places have a state tax. And then it says these have a state tax and an inherited tax. And then these states have just a state inherited tax that are in red. And you can see right here, the ones in red have a state inheritance tax. That rate is 15, 16, 16, 15, 18%, right? And then the ones that are in purple have a state tax and an inheritance tax. Here in Maryland, DC, and looks like a little part. That looks like a little part of Virginia right there. Is that no? That's West Virginia. That looks like a little part of West Virginia, or is that continuous on to Maryland right there? Right, that may be a continuous of Maryland. Yep. You have to pay when people. This is what I'm trying to tell y'all. This wealth transfer that's coming for the boomers to us, you're gonna have to pay taxes on that. But you can get ahead of that now with some estate planning and put them into something now. Have that conversation now while they're living, while they're still in their right mind, to put them into something now where you're not getting taxed on that, right? And especially those of you in the Maryland, in the DMV area, you might want to move to Virginia, but I know you won't. I know you won't move to Virginia. I know you won't. All right. But there's a state estate tax for those in Oregon, in Washington State, Minnesota, New York, and then all of the upper East Coast here, right? But you see, Florida and Texas don't have that. All right. Florida and Texas don't have that. Right? We don't have that. All right. So I just want you to keep that in mind. You still have an estate tax and you have a death tax. All right. And you also have, if you are inheriting an IRA, and I'm not sure how it works on the thrift savings plan, but if you're inheriting an IRA to you as a new source of income, which could possibly put you in another tax bracket. So you got 40% of that plus a new tax bracket. So you're getting taxed twice. But you can avoid these things with following some of these methods. Please seek an estate planner as well while you're doing this, but just don't let that money get swacked 40%. All right.
Can't take the will because it's filed. Another 3 states, I believe, allow you to file with the state or with the county. You can file information where your will is located. So that's not good. And so there's some stuff going on there. Okay. So really want to go into now some of the non-tax reasons why setting up these crummy trusts and gifting assets out of the state can be overall beneficial to the family. Number one, the typical motivating factor to doing something like this is estate tax avoidance. I mentioned in one question, the income tax, if the children and grandchildren are in a lower income tax bracket, especially if they're adults, than the parent, then there's presumably some income tax savings if on the income that those assets generate, if the donees are paying income tax instead of the donors paying the income tax on that income. So, but really the estate tax avoidance drives this technique, but there's some non-tax reasons. Some people, it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense when you think about it. It's just like people work and they save their whole lives. At some point, they get to a point where they have enough money to live off of for the rest of their lifetimes. They know they do, they're frugal, but still nothing ever goes to the kids until the parent or parents die. And so it's just kind of a sudden thing. I guess that's why there's so much drama, because nothing ever happened during the parent's lifetime, and all of a sudden this big event. But I think there are people, I know that there are people out there who would like to see their children and their grandchildren get some benefit off of what those parents or grandparents have done during their lifetime. So taking a little sliver and seeing that go into trust for your children and grandchildren, for them possibly to benefit from some of it during your lifetime, you get to see them enjoy the fruits of what you've done. I think there's some benefit to that. Also, by putting a little sliver in trust for your kids and grandkids during your lifetime, you get to see, while you're alive and well, how those beneficiaries and that trustee can work together to deal with the fact that there is a trust for the benefit of the beneficiary. Maybe the trustee that you've named to handle things when you die, they're the trustee of this trust, and you don't like the way they're handling things, you can reserve the right to change the trustee while you're alive on these irrevocable trusts, so that it's a little trial run to see how things are going to go when you pass away, but it's done at a much smaller scale now. Also,
All right, so you get the drift on him on that one. The other one, I'm not gonna go over it right today. I'm gonna let you look at it, but um, should I list my specific items in my will? You can look at that. But this one down here, where is it at? Let me see. This one.
hey there, I'm estate planning attorney Paul Rabelais, and in this video, I'm going to dig deep into how
Not that one. That ain't it. Where is it at? The protect your estate from nursing home. That's important. Go look at that. Especially if you're not sure how things are going to be handled. Where is that one? I was talking about the IRA rolling into your trust. Yeah, this one here is start now to avoid 40% estate and protect asset, estate, and lawsuits. Protect your children's inheritance and their divorces and lawsuits. And that one's only 9 minutes long right here. I can't find it. Let me do this. IRA and designating as a trust. Okay, yeah, that one.
Hey everybody, Paul Rabelais here.
All right, so here, this is why I told you to look up the Secure Act. This is why I said look at the Secure Act, right? Will designating a trust as the IRA beneficiary reduce the tax? The Secure Act removed the stretch for most IRA non-spouse beneficiaries. Remember I said you get 10 years? Well, this one, he did this. We got to go look at the Secure Act. I got it up. It was just June the 1st, Wednesday, June the 1st, the Secure Act 2.0 passes the House. So we're going to talk about that, because this Secure Act affects this, how we can pull down from that IRA and roll it into a trust as it's the beneficiary, so we don't get the tax, that 40%, right? Example here, he said an 80-year-old owner dies with 1.5 million in the IRA. So let's pick up right there.
Here's an example. Let's say the IRA owner, his name is Owen. Owen kind of sounds like owner, kind of makes it easy to remember. Owen is 80 years old, and Owen has a $1.5 million traditional IRA. I realize a lot of people don't have a $1.5 million IRA. This same concept applies whether that IRA is worth $200,000, $700,000, or $7 million. Probably the larger the IRA, the more problems get exposed. But let's say Owen had a $1.5 million IRA. He's 80 years old. And let's say, to keep it simple, Owen has one IRA beneficiary, and that beneficiary's name is, you guessed it, Ben, because Ben kind of sounds like beneficiary. And Owen is 80, and when Owen dies with his $1.5 million IRA, Ben is 50. Let's say Ben's his child. And so Ben is married. Owen's not married. Ben is married. Ben has a wife. And to really explain things properly and get the right context in our example, Ben, who's 50, is married. And he and his wife have income. They file a joint return. And forgetting the IRA for a minute, Ben and his wife have income of $175,000 a year. And I say that, keep in mind, why did I pick that Ben and his wife make $175,000 a year? Because income for 2022, that when a married couple files jointly, that income from $83,000 to $178,000 is taxed at the federal income tax rate of 22%. So Ben's top dollar, Ben and his wife's top dollar is taxed at 22% because they have income of $175,000. Okay, and Janice, good. We have an appointment with your estate attorney tomorrow. Be excited if you tell me, Janice, on our next YouTube Live whether your attorney got into this. All right. Now, under the old rules, pre-Secure Act, when Ben died with his $1.5 million IRA, Owen died with his $1.5 million IRA, Ben could elect to take distributions over his lifetime. So if Ben was 50 when Owen died, I don't know, I'd have to look at the tables, but the tables might say Ben had a 45-year life expectancy. So Ben would only have to take out 1/45th of that $1.5 million IRA in the year after Owen died. And then the next year when Ben was 51, they'd look at the IRA and Ben would only have to take out roughly 1/44th of the IRA. And so you'll see where under the old rules, Ben could take these small distributions, probably still be taxed at 22% or maybe 24% on those distributions. And he'd get relatively equal distributions over a long period of time. That worked great under the pre-Secure Act, but the Secure Act now changed all of the rules. I guess Congress wants its money faster. All right. So good time for a pause here. So it would be established by the trustee.
All right, so I'm gonna bring this Secure Act. Since he said it's a good time for a pause, let's bring something over. All right. So this is the Secure Act 2.0 passes the House, signaling massive retirement savings and investment policy shift. So what does that mean? So let's blow this up. All right, on March 29th, and this came out June 1st of 2022, right? We on June 4th, it's pretty recent. On March 29th, the House of Representatives voted 414 to 5 in favor of securing a strong retirement act of 22. If passed by the Senate and signed by President Joe Biden, the act could represent a massive economic policy shift regarding retirement savings and investment. I'm bringing this to you so you can watch this. Go do your research on this. Go dig into this so you know. Do what you say? Okay. All right. Go dig into this so you can start knowing about this, so you can look at this, because this affects you, right? It affects me, affects you, affects your children. All right. So let's go look and see what they're talking about. All right. The retirement savings legislation, also known as the Secure Act 2.0, expands on the original Secure Act and includes provisions to boost the required minimum distribution, RMD. When you start looking into wealth planning, wealth accumulation, RMD is going to come up very often. This is a take note moment. Make sure you understand what it is. Required minimum distribution. Provisions to boost the required minimum distributions from age 72 to 75 over time. broaden the automatic enrollment in retirement plans, and enhance the 403B plans. The original setting every community up for the Retirement Act Enhancement Secure Act was passed into law by former President Donald Trump in December of 2019. This legislation altered the existing retirement savings plan in terms of RMD contributions to traditional IRAs, 529 plan uses for student loans, and making annuities easier for 401k plan administrators to offer. Remember, tax deferred, tax free, some annuities can help you with having cash on hand, being able to take a loan out tax free, and also accumulate wealth. And then also provide a death benefit. It depends on what you go after in that scenario. An IUL or a variable annuity or an indexed annuity, or it depends, right? Depends on what you're looking at. I'm simply saying to you that your 401k is cool. However, there are other opportunities that you can use and leverage that doesn't keep you tied to your 401k, right? The Secure Act 2.0 expands all the provisions, including increasing the RMD age future to 73 in 2022, to 74 in 2029, and to 75 in 2032. It also requires 401k and 403 plans to be automatically enrolled participants when they become eligible, though employees may opt out of this coverage. The automatic enrollment starts at a minimum of 3% of the salary, but no more than 10%. Now, how do I get to the ones that offer 20% and 25% automatic into your 401k? Those are different types of companies. They have to set that up differently, where there's no match. They're automatically going to put 25% into your 401k, or they put 20% into your 401k, and then you put on top of that, you max out on top of that, right? You max out on top of that, right? All right, so followed by a 1% increase each year until it reaches 10%. There is an exception to this requirement pertaining to small businesses with 10 or fewer employees, new businesses, those less than 3 years, church plans, and governmental plans. The Secure Act changes policies on catch-up limits concerning retirement plans and indexes IRA catch-up limits to inflation beginning in 2023. Student loan repayments and employer matching of such as retirement contributions, smaller employer pension plans, startup credits, collective trust CITs in the 403B plans. Starting to sound familiar, right? Further, the legislation opens up opportunities for ETFs and variable annuities. Talking about this bill in his update on April work period letter on March 25th, the House Majority Leader Steny Hoyer proclaimed by expanding automatic enrollment in employer provided retirement plans, simplifying rules for small businesses, and helping those near retirement save more for longer. Again, we're talking about some people are living longer. They're living past that 80, that 85. They're living into their 90s and 100, right? My uncle, mom, she's still living. She's 101, right? And helping those near retirement save much longer, the legislation will help increase Americans' access to retirement funds, because what people are starting to say is, why do I need to wait till I retire to get access to that funds? So this is why they're switching the game up on talking about, okay, well, let's put some ETFs in those variable annuities. Let's give people access, to have access to those funds. Like, again, the money guy talks about this. You got $7 million inside of your retirement account, and you may be 56. You can't access the funds how you want to access them. What do you do? There are complicated things that you can do, such as a 1035 exchange, to roll that over, part of that over into a fund where you can access that. But remember, we talked about that. I showed that where that could be complicated. So again, seek financial advice on that, because you're gonna have to have somebody help you do that anyway. You can't just do that on your own anyway, right? All right, and then they go on into a little bit more here, right here. 10 states that receive the least Social Security. You may want to look at that and so forth. I'll get this link to D in the back, so you all can go read that for yourselves. I hope you found that interesting. We're gonna get back to his example, and go from there. All right. So let's close this. Let's get back to his example.
The person who established their revocable living trust would also establish that special needs trust that would just sit there until the person who set up the living trust died, and then the assets would be transferred. If there's an existing mortgage when the grantor passes away, benefit. No, if it goes to children, we have our Garn-St. Germain Federal Mortgage Act. And so I'm 99% sure this fits under the provisions of the Garn-St. Germain Act, where it doesn't trigger the due on sale clause, which requires a purchaser of property to get a new loan. Okay, going back to Owen, $1.5 million IRA, leaves it names as the primary beneficiary, son Ben, who's 50. Owen dies, and he dies in 2022. So the Secure Act applies. So now we're going to look at what immature Ben would do, and then we'll look at what mature Ben will do, and then we'll talk about how both of those might be a big mistake. So here's what immature Ben does after his father Owen dies at age 80 with a $1.5 million IRA. Immature Ben, who's not financially responsible, if you give him a nickel, he'll spend a quarter, or his wife spends too much money, or I've heard all the reasons in the world why people don't want to leave a lump sum of money to their child or to their children, but immature Ben is one of them. So what immature Ben does after Owen dies, he's like, give me the money. It's about time. I've never had a big chunk of change in my lifetime, because heck, I like to live, and if I get $1, I'm going to go spend $1, which has been a problem for Ben.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't get it. Don't do it.
For a long time. So now Owen has died. Immature Ben says, give me the money. And so what he does is he takes a $1.5 million distribution. That's the value of the IRA when Owen died. And it's all subject to income tax to Ben in that year of distribution when he's, let's say, 50. And since he and his wife make $175,000, when you add $1.5 million of taxable income on top of their other taxable income, the bulk of that $1.5 million of income that Ben gets, Ben and his wife, but really Ben, but they file jointly, the bulk of that income will be taxed at the top 37% federal income tax rate. And then perhaps there'll also be some state income tax as well. So that $1.5 million that Owen had worked his lifetime for 40 or 50 years to build up that nest egg, it immediately turns into about $975,000, because all of that was added as taxable income to Ben in 1 year, and over $500,000 of tax was paid on that. So the $1.5 million turns into 900 and something thousand dollars. Now Ben goes and either buys a house or he upgrades his house. He buys a new car, a new truck, probably goes and buys a boat. He and his wife live the good life with some nice vacations. And shortly thereafter, the entire 1.5 million is gone. Big chunk of it, more than a third of it went to taxes, and the rest of it just gone because Ben is just financially immature. He's not going to spend it. So
now, how many of y'all would have taken it? Just be honest. How many of y'all would have, if you haven't been watching this today, you would have taken that lump sum? How many of y'all would have taken the lump sum? Like, yeah, give me that. Give me all of that. You can put a 1 in the chat if you would have taken it. Man done died. He worked all this time. He built up all this nest egg, 1.5 million. He passes on. He leaves it to his one and only son, Ben. And Ben goes and says, give me the whole thing. He gets taxed on it at probably 40% because you can go ahead and just add 3% of the tax. You said, nope, you ain't doing it. D, you doing it? D, are you gonna D, you gonna take the lump sum? Don't take the lump sum. Don't do it. Gotta find a tax shelter. We gotta figure that out. And that's what we're doing. And this is gonna help you talk to your parents, right? That are leaving 401ks and IRAs or what have you. Tell them I don't want it. Tell them to put it in this. I need for you to set up this trust. Right? Right? So let's look.
That's what immature Ben does. $1.5 million gone. Okay. Hey, Colleen from Cary, North Carolina. Now let's talk about what mature Ben would do, especially based on the last 30 or 40 years of history of people being beneficiaries of IRAs. What mature Ben does, Owen died, $1.5 million traditional IRA, names Ben as his primary beneficiary, 100%. What mature Ben does is what everybody else has done over the years. They would defer taxes as long as possible. Now, new Treasury regulations have been issued, and because Owen died after his required beginning date, after Owen reached the age of 72, he died when he was 80. So and this is part of the new Treasury regulations, since Owen died after his required beginning date, Ben is required to take those distributions in the first 10 years after Owen dies based on Ben's life expectancy. So for 10 years, he's required to take out what he would have been required to take out even pre-Secure Act. But still, the whole thing's got to come out in the 10 years. So what virtually every kind of quote unquote responsible person has done with who has been a beneficiary of an IRA, the stretch rules pretty much require that they do what they should be doing, which is defer tax as long as possible. And since there's distributions taken over a lifetime, nobody ever gets hit with one big tax bill. But so
I want to stop it right there because I don't want y'all to get the misinformation. All right. So here we got to go back and look and see when that particular video was done. But here in the Secure Act, Congress eliminated the stretch for inherited IRAs from deaths starting in 2020. As a revenue raiser, payments from traditional IRAs are taxable income, so the Treasury will get its taxes sooner. And this is as of March 4th of 2022, right? So you can no longer use that stretch IRA, right? He can't do that, right? Yep. He's going to have to go into another vehicle, right? So the Crummy Trust are up on the market to be axed as well too, right? So what are we going to do? What's going to be our options? And so I'm bringing this up now so you know what's not there no more. What are your options and what could be on the table? So that's why I say we really need to go and deep dive into what's on the table for the Secure Act, the Secure Act 2.0, I should say, because that really is going to get you some information there, right? All right, let's look and see when that video was done. See, did it have a date? 9 days ago. Let me see what's sort this by newest first. I don't know. Let me go back here. This is Ken Beneficiary. All right, let's go back. And let me look up IRA. Let's see, when did he do this? He did it 9 days ago. He did it 9 days ago. And this one is saying that IRS Nix's 10-year stretch for most inherited IRAs. Not all. What is for most? What is most? A lot of inherited IRA owners are in for a surprise. In a switcheroo, the Treasury Department has reinstated annual required minimum distributions for folks who have recently inherited individual IRAs, according to the proposed regulations released late last month. That interpret the 2019 retirement law known as the Secure Act. IRA experts are still pouring through 275 pages. What we know so far is if you inherit a traditional IRA or a 401 account in 2020 or later, watch out because the rules have changed again. The IRS is interpreting the Secure Act 10-year rule differently than what everybody thought. Under the new regulations, if you inherited a traditional IRA from someone who had already passed their required beginning date and had been taking out payments, required minimum distributions, you can't wait until a 10-year to take out the money. Instead, you have to take annual distributions in years 1 to 9 and the balance in the year 10. That would wreak havoc on your taxes. Slot says he got a call from an advisor with a client who inherited a multi-million-dollar IRA in 2020. Should the client go back now and take out $250,000 payment for 2021 that he just found out this week he missed? Technically, yes. He had an RMD in 2021. The RMDs for inheritors or of traditional IRAs start the year after the IRA owner death. He should double up and take two payments in 2022 and file a form 5329 to waive the 50% penalty, right? Or he could wait it out and see if the final regulations include relief for people who inherited in 2021. What if grandmama died in 2021 and left an IRA daughter age 60, left an IRA to her daughter age 60 and the Roth IRA to her grandkids? The daughter might have thought she could hold off on making distributions and the tax bite that goes along with them until she retired. But under the new rules, she will have to start taking RMDs now. Thank you for being a new member this year. Increasing her tax bill. The grandkids are luckier. Both Roth IRAs don't have RMDs, and the grandkids can keep their inherited Roth IRAs intact until year 10 when they have to take all the money out. All right. And they go on to a backstory. I won't keep reading all of this. It's long. I'll give this to D, so you all can read this. I think it's important that you read this, and I think it's also important that you go scour the actual Secure Act as well too, so you know what's in there, what's on the chopping block, what's not on the chopping block as well too. Let's get back to Mr. Robley, and we're gonna go from there. Can I go forward?
Hey, everybody, Paul Rabelais here again. Another,
Let me see.
oh, Ben can do it by himself. Come up.
See.
And let's just do the math and make.
Uh-oh.
So moving forward, it seems like
Hold on, let me.
this as long as possible. Now, new Treasury regulations have been issued, and because Owen died after his required beginning date, after Owen reached the age of 72, he died when he was 80. So since, and this is part of the new Treasury regulations, since Owen died after his required beginning date, Ben is required to take those distributions in the first 10 years after Owen dies based on Ben's life expectancy. So for 10 years, he's required to take out what he would have been required to take out even pre-Secure Act. But still, the whole thing's got to come out in the 10 years. So what virtually every kind of quote unquote responsible person has done with who has been a beneficiary of an IRA, the stretch rules pretty much require that they do what they should be doing, which is defer tax as long as possible. And since there's distributions taken over a lifetime, nobody ever gets hit with one big tax bill. But so responsible has always been defer taxes until the government says you have to take them out and then take them. That won't work anymore because other than these little distributions that Owen, who's 50, will have to take for 10 years, that Ben will have to take for 10 years after Owen died, because Owen was past his required beginning date when he died. Ben, beneficiary. Ben is going to be hit if he just takes his required minimum distributions. He's going to be hit with a humongous tax bill 10 years after Owen dies. And when 10 years after Owen dies, Ben, who was 50 when Owen dies, is now 60, presumably in Ben's highest income earning years. Now, Ben's going to have this $1.5 roughly $1 million income taxable distribution when Ben is 60. And so that distribution, or the bulk of it, will be taxed at the highest 37% income tax rate. Or maybe 10 years after Owen dies, the top income tax rate could be 40, 45, 50%, who knows? But my point is, by taking minimum distributions, which is what all kind of financially responsible people have done up until now, that's not too financially responsible and not too tax savvy, because you get hit with a huge tax bill 10 years after the date of the original IRA account owner. All right, so I'm going to keep going here because I want to keep, and then at the end I'll come back to the chat stuff. So what is now the quote unquote responsible, tax savvy, you call it what you want, but the strategy is now changing post Secure Act. And this strategy can be taken advantage of either by Ben independently on his own after Owen dies, if he listens to this video, gets good tax advice, he really understands things, or I'll talk to you in a minute about how Owen can force Ben to do kind of the responsible, tax savvy, pay the least amount of tax thing by naming a trust for Ben as the beneficiary of Owen's IRA. So moving forward, it seems like the tax savvy thing to do is never take a distribution that gets taxed at the highest income tax rate. So perhaps This all depends on what Ben's income is and whether his income fluctuates from year to year. But let's say he and his wife are working and they have a job. Maybe they get some small raises every year. But when Owen dies at 80 with a $1.5 million IRA, naming Ben as his beneficiary, and Ben's 50, perhaps Ben doesn't wait 10 years and take a humongous distribution when Ben is 60, which gets taxed at the very highest income tax rate. Perhaps Ben elects to voluntarily take relatively equal distributions over that 10-year period. So let's say, and I know there can be some account fluctuation with appreciation and depreciation of investments in the underlying account. But if Ben simply takes, and let's just do the math and make it real simple, when Owen died, $1.5 million IRA, if Ben voluntarily elects, even though he doesn't have to take $150,000 income taxable distributions every year, that income tax rate that he'll be in, he'll just go from the 22% income tax bracket to the 24% income tax bracket. He'll never be kicked into that highest 37% income tax bracket. So he takes out roughly $150,000.
So I want to make sure, are y'all keeping up? Let me know if you're bored, right? Let me know if you're bored. But is this starting to make sense? Because where I think he's going is, like the title says, he's probably going to have to roll that into a trust. Now, the question I have is, and this is what I don't know, is the money coming out, is there still some type of tax on the trust, right? I mean, going into the trust, right? Or is it tax deferred as it goes into the trust, and then it compounds as well too, depending on what's in there? I'm not sure, right? So I'm gonna keep going, but I just want you to have those questions in your head. So if you did talk to a wealth or estate planner, these are questions I will be asking. Like, okay, so I want to put this, I want to roll my IRA. I want to set it up where it rolls my IRA into a trust. What type of trust is that? What happens with that in terms of taxes? What are your options? Is that what's in that trust, right? For whoever you're setting that up, right? Just keeping that in mind.
A year for 10 years, pays tax at most the 24% rate, because his income goes from 175 to 325. That'll bump him up from the 22 to the 24% bracket. But that additional income, which goes on top of all the other income, is only taxed at 24%, instead of either Ben taking it all out in year one and paying tax at 37%, or Ben doing what used to be the responsible thing and only take it out when the government requires it. But if he waits until year 10, he's paying tax at 37%. So the other now, the beauty of that is, if he takes it out in one shot, he's, number one, paying probably an extra $130,000, the difference between 37% and, paying about $200,000 on a $1.5 million IRA. He's paying about $200,000 of additional income tax by having that tax at 37% versus 24%. But and if he takes it over 10 years, he can't blow it like he would if he got it all in year one.
Oh, yeah, he can.
Maybe he makes a mistake with that year one distribution, kind of learns his lesson and starts saving the after-tax distributions years 2 through 10.
He gambles.
Okay, let's see here. So next I'm going to go into the fact that, okay, how does all this happen? And what I'm about to do after I glance at the chat is talk about how Ben can do it by himself, or Owen right now can create this so that it's forced that Ben take advantage of the right timing of the distributions. All right, we got a lot of reading with mamas here. If anyone joins late, make sure to watch from the beginning.
I'm gonna try to skip through that one because I think he's gonna be reading. Let me see if I can catch the non-reading part of the questions. even though the questions are
$0.5 million IRA Owen has, and he really would like Ben and Ben's family to make the most of that IRA. I think Owen's going to do one of two things. Number one, he may have a talk with Ben and say, Ben, I've named you as the 100% primary beneficiary of my IRA. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to consider, after I pass away, taking equal distributions over a 10-year period. If you have a bad year or you lose your job or your income goes way down, I don't mind you taking a little bit more that year because you won't creep into a higher income tax bracket. Maybe if you have a really good year, you and your wife, get a nice bonus. Maybe you take a little less in that year. But really what I want you to do, Ben, is be conscious about the timing of these distributions. You're going to have, Ben, 10 years within which you got to take out my entire IRA and pay distributions. I've worked my whole lifetime to build this up for you. So one of two options Owen has is just kind of educate Ben and hope that Ben does the right thing. So that's one option. And maybe Ben is very responsible. He's going to do exactly what his dad would want him to do. That would be great.
Don't trust it.
But there's another option Owen has, and it's by naming a trust for Ben as the beneficiary of Owen's IRA to really force the taking advantage of the smart kind of income tax strategy. So the way that would work, Owen sets up a trust right now, probably names, especially if Ben is kind of immature Ben, or Ben doesn't have any desire to keep up with tax strategies. Owen would set up a trust for Ben. Owen might name someone else as the trustee of that trust for Ben. And in the terms of that trust, Owen could require, and there's language to do this, that distributions be made payable to Ben over a 10-year period. And so the trustee, maybe in the first year after Owen dies, distributes 1/10 of the IRA balance or the inherited IRA or the trust, distributes 1/10 of that to Ben, and Ben gets that distribution, pays income tax on it, doesn't go in a 37% bracket, pays tax at 22 or 24%. And then the next year, the trustee is directed to pay 1/9 of what's left. And then the next year, 1/8 of what's left. The next year, 1/7, and so on. So that under that scenario, Ben never has the chance to make a mistake, either a mistake because he was immature and just wanted.
Now, what I don't know is, does Ben still have to pay taxes on that? Because he's receiving that as a distribution from the trust, which should be tax avoidance, right? Or tax deferred, I should say. So that part I wasn't sure about. That part I wasn't sure about. It's okay, Eminem. It's all right.
Wanted to grab all the money immediately, or a mistake because he didn't really keep up with the tax laws and the new tax laws, and he waited until he had to take a distribution when it was all taxed at 37%. So again, this is all traditional IRA. We're not talking Roths for now, because most of the IRA money these days is traditional IRA money. So there's two reasons why Owen would set up this trust. One is because Ben is immature and Owen doesn't want Ben to blow it. And two, because not necessarily because Ben is immature, but because Ben is going to do what everybody else is doing and prolong paying income tax as long as necessary. And that's going to cause too large of a distribution at the required minimum distribution date, which is 10 years after Owen dies. Okay, so what we're getting at, bottom line here, is this Secure Act, it not only changes the rules, but it also, it penalizes, for the first time, beneficiaries who choose to take required minimum distributions only are now penalized. They're penalized because they're going to wait until 10 years after the IRA account owner dies, and they're going to be taxed at the highest income tax rate, whatever that rate might be. And then, so really both IRA account owners and beneficiaries need to understand these rules. The owner needs to understand them so that the owner can determine whether a trust should be a beneficiary of an IRA in order to protect a beneficiary from making a bad or uninformed decision. And the beneficiaries need to understand the rules so that the beneficiary can time those distributions to avoid a large distribution one year that gets taxed at an unnecessarily high income tax rate. Okay, so that's what I want to.
That was what I wanted to share with that one, right? They're setting that up as in a trust, right? Again, you get the 10 years, but the other thing too, as we heard earlier, is with that money in a trust, it still can make money while it's in the trust. So it's not just sitting there not doing anything. It's in a trust where it can make some money. I hope that made sense. So again, go research the Secure Act. Go look up Crummy Trust. Go talk to your people about Crummy Trust. Look up the Crummy Trust inside of that Secure Act so you know what's going on. All right. All right. Let me see. I had this one, but I'm not sure what this is. Oh, I had something else up over here that I wanted to bring over. All right. So we're gonna bring this over to here. Let me pull this other link I have up over here too. What that is. Let me see. Oh yeah. That's okay. Y'all can watch that. All right. So I brought this up. Racial gap in the United States. This is of January 20th of 2022. Some of the stuff we had been looking at were 2021. Here we go. So where's my mouse? Here we go. Mouse. All right, racial wealth gap in the United States. We've heard all this before. Now we got some ideas how we can make this up, right? We understand we need to make money. We need to do investments. We need to be looking at what is going into those annuities, index or IULs. What is going in those that are looking to set up a term life or a whole life, I should say, for tax-free and also paying a dividend. Look at what your options are. Look at what your options are, 401k versus 403b. I've been seeing that a lot lately. A lot of companies are not just offering 401ks, they're offering 403bs. We're going to get back to this here, but let's go over here, 401k versus 403b, right? Two tax advantage retirement plans are designed for different kinds of companies. 403b are earmarked for nonprofits and certain government employers, and 401k offer for profit, right? But I've been seeing a lot of companies offer 403bs, right? Let's go look at 403bs. All right, so you've contributed, blah, 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 faithfully, number of years, da, 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 woo, woo. All right, you don't have to make withdrawals from a 403b when you retire, but at age 72, you must start to take an annual required minimum distribution, RMD. We've seen that word, those three words before RMD. Oh, you're welcome. If you retire before age 55, you may have to pay a penalty on top of income taxes on your withdrawals. If you retire at 55 or older, you will have to pay taxes on the lump sum withdrawals in a year in which you withdraw funds. Upon retirement, you can annuitize all of or part of your 403b, which will provide you a guaranteed income stream for life and can provide you a designated beneficiary with funds after your death. You can also roll over all or part of your 403b into a 401k or traditional or Roth IRA, among other accounts, in order to benefit more varied investment options or better money management during retirement. 403b plan is a tax sheltered deferred annuity from an insurance company, a custodial account at a brokerage invested at a brokerage invested in mutual funds, or an account that always that account that allows you to invest in either of these options. And scroll. These contributions were likely made of pre-tax, like those are 401k and so forth. Did I miss one? No, I didn't. Okay. Doesn't derive from after taxes, blah, blah, blah. The basic rules. First of all, you're not required to take all or you're not required to take all or in fact any funds out of your 403b account when you retire. If you leave funds in your 403b account, they will continue to accumulate until you withdraw, annuitize them, or roll them over, meaning roll over into a 401k or that Roth IRA. And then they talk about this penalty on retiring before 55. Retiring before 55. When you turn 72, you can start withdrawing funds from your account. Note the Secure Act of 2019 pushed back the age at which retirement plan participants need to take required RMDs from 70 and a half to 72. But if you turn 70 and a half at the end of 2019, then that old threshold still applies. Right? So that's about the 403b, and then they go into this annuity option where you're getting a monthly or yearly salary or monthly income as you have. Your annuity doesn't have to stop when you pass on. You can bequeath it to someone else depending on the elections you make or options. Basically, riders is what they're saying, or options you choose or not choose. The beneficiary may be subject to a gift tax upon your death, but it depends on if you're in an estate or not, right? If, however, is a joint or survivor annuity where only you and your spouse have the right to receive payments, the annuity would likely qualify for unlimited marital deduction. Unlimited marital deduction. Did anybody know about that? According to IRS, that make funds tax free. All right, so let's go. We're digging into a rabbit hole. Unlimited marital deduction. The unlimited marital deduction is a provision in the United States federal estate and gift tax law that allows individuals to transfer an unrestricted amount of assets to their spouse at any time, including at death of the transferor, free from tax. The unlimited marital deduction is an estate preservation tool because assets can be distributed to surviving spouses without incurring estate or gift liabilities. More reason to get married, huh? All right. So here's what he was saying. In 2022, the amounts were 16,000 and 12.06 million. That's what he was alluding to. This is what he was talking about. I give you the unlimited marital deduction. I give you this one, the unlimited marital deduction. Right? All right, so let's go back to our gap. 403B and the wealth gap. Wherever that is. Here it is, right here. All right. The racial wealth gap in the United States is the disparity in median wealth among different races. This gap is pronounced between whites and racial minorities. Whites have more wealth than Black, Latino, and Native American households. All right. Blah 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 blah. All right. We got in 2016, the median net worth of non-Hispanic white households was 143. The median net worth of Black households was 12,920. Native Americans' wealth has not even been measured since 2000. How disrespectful is that? How disrespectful is that? We're not even going to measure your wealth. All right. And at the time, at that time, their median household net worth was 5,700. All right. The richest Asians held 168 times more wealth than the poorest Asian Americans. It's a greater disparity than among white households, where the richest 10% own 121 times more than that of the poorest. Right. And then they talk about the gap, right? What those households look like and so forth. Put it another way, black families have a $5.04 net worth for every $100 held by white families. And then they go on to talk about historic roots of racial wealth gap, Social Security contribution to racial wealth gap in 1935. The Social Security Act excluded farmers and domestic workers from accruing benefits. At the time, most blacks still lived in the U.S. South, where they were most likely to farm and be domestic workers. As a result, 2/3 of blacks never received Social Security wealth building opportunities. Right, civil rights movement and racial wealth. Right, legacy of Jim Crow. And here's another good, interesting tidbit: wealth building initiative worsened the gap. It says federal government policy actively promote wealth building. Each year, the federal government offers $347.8 billion in tax cuts designed to build wealth, according to the Corporation for Enterprise Development. At least 39.2% of those cuts promote home ownership, while 41% subsidizes savings and investment. A 2015 study reported that reducing the racial home ownership gap would narrow the racial wealth gap. I'll repeat, a 2015 study reported that reducing the racial home ownership gap would narrow the racial wealth gap by 31%. So when somebody tells you you need to you don't need to buy a house, buyer listener beware. That's what I'm gonna say. The cuts more than wealthy more than the poor. The wealthiest 5% of Americans are in the best financial position to take advantage of the tax cuts. As a result, 53% of the 347.8 billion goes to them. The bottom 60%, those making $50,000 or less, only receive 4% of these tax cuts. The bottom 20% of the taxpayers, those who earn 19 or less, only get 0.04% of the tax cuts. The more you make, the better your tax cuts. Let's just put it that way. The more options that are open up to you, right? And that's what they're showing. Then they go into the economic wealth gap, what happened, so forth and so on. It says black families with graduate and professional degrees have $200,000 less in wealth than educated whites. It didn't say black women, it said black families. Black, Black or Latino college graduates don't even have as much wealth as white high school dropouts. Similarly, two parent black households have less wealth than the single parent white households. I'm not making it up. I'm just reading what they stating. Right? How to close, change taxation, improve educational access, boosting minimum income, selling bonds for babies. I don't know what that is. So let's read that. Professor William Doherty from the Samuel Dubois Cook Center of Social Equity at Duke. It suggests a baby bonds program. It would pay for a trust fund. Imagine how this trust thing keeps coming up, right? It would pay for a trust fund for 4 million new children born in America. It will cost 100 billion or 2% of the federal budget. Children from poor families would receive more While those from wealthy families would receive less, beneficiaries could, use it for education, home equity, or other investments. When they turn 18, they could plan their lives knowing that this fund would be available. Yep. The program would generate more revenue for the government through higher income taxes. They would generate more revenue for local communities through higher property taxes. Let me get the link here. Improving government to close the gap. Basically, to give one recent example, a policy that makes inequality worse, the Tax Policy Center showed that Trump's 2017 Tax Cut and Jobs Act would give families 25,000 or less annually a $40 tax cut. The act would give those earning 3.4 million annually a $937,000 tax break. So you tell me, you can want to keep making less and not get tax breaks, or you gonna make more and get tax breaks. That's just how I look at that, right? That's how I look at that, right? And then they go on to talk about how big the wealth gap is, the health policy, and so forth, right? So the other thing, and last but not least, because we're getting out of here to my time, see, trust fund, Social Security. I wanted to make sure you got this. What are the trust funds? What are the trust funds? Social Security, and somebody tried to argue with me and say, Tameika, no, Social Security is not a trust fund. This is straight from SSA.gov, right? Gonna blow this up. Ooh, ooh, ooh. The Social Security trust funds are financial accounts in the U.S. Treasury. It's right there. There are two separate Social Security trust funds: the Old Age and Survivors Insurance (OASI) Trust Fund pays for retirement and survivors benefits, and the Disability Insurance Trust Fund pays for disability benefits. So the money that your parents put into is for us, and the money we putting into now is for the next generation. So hopefully we should be all right, because they put enough. They should have put enough in there, right? Maybe, no, could be. All right. Social Security taxes and other incomes are deposited in these accounts. The Social Security benefits are paid from them. The only purpose for these trust funds can be used or to pay benefits and program administrative costs. The Social Security trust funds hold money not needed in the current year to pay benefits and administrative costs, and by law invest in special treasury bonds. Again, the trust is doing an investment, just like he was talking about. We rolled that IRA out and put it in the trust. That trust has to do some type of investment so it keeps compounding, right? So it says here, the invest in a special treasury bond that are guaranteed by the U.S. government. A market rate of interest is paid to the trust funds on the bonds they hold, and when those bonds reach maturity or need to pay different benefits, the Treasury redeems those. I will give you this link. This is straight from SSA.gov. This is how your Social Security is working. Now, the question is, who's putting into it and who's receiving Social Security, right? And are you eligible for it? All right. So I'm going to give you this link, and you can go read all about the Social Security. But I advise you to read it. And I advise you to log in and get your stuff. So report some facts and figures, right? Here's an annual performance plan. They give you information on that, right? What's in this performance plan? Our mission, our goals, and streamline policies. Do 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 do. See, our mission: old age, disability, supplemental security income, right? And then they go a little bit more to, it's a 58 pages. I'm not gonna read all that, but I just want you to know what's available out there for you to look at. So when you're looking up Social Security and how your disability is calculated, how do they calculate your disability, right? And again, like my mom was saying, they're going off of what you put into the fund, So that's where I think your 1099 can hurt you, right? Versus your W-2. But you can set yourself up. I was looking at this Medicaid trust fund. I don't know if y'all even a Medicaid asset protection trust is exactly as it sounds, a trust designated to protect assets from being counted for Medicaid eligibility. So again, you can set up a trust to protect your assets so Medicaid doesn't count that against you. You need to also be looking at what does it take to make sure you get the maximum of your Social Security. We also need to look at investments. I'm going to pull up my sheet here that I had. For the 600K. Let me see, what was that on? Maybe it might have been no, it was a text edit. That's what it was. Let me pull that out. And drop a 1 in the chat if all this has made sense to you today. I know it's a lot, but and I still ain't got through half of it, but I hope it made sense to you. All right. This was what we had worked on a few weeks back. I keep adding to it, right? Like if we got to $70,000, what would we do, right? We have our life insurance under here, and under life insurance, I should go ahead and put down some stuff here. I should, well, I'll put it outside of this. I'll put down, you have annuities. We have different types of annuities if we want to be clear about that. Let me do this, and then I'll pull this over in a minute. Let me pull up I got the website up in front of me, and I want to pull this up. All right, and then I'll start filling it in here. I will do this here. And then we'll go over here. Oops. Go back. And I'm not pushing no products. I'm just giving you things you should go look up for yourself. Right? We have a variable annuity, you have an income, and there's several ones that fall under each one of these categories, and then fixed deferred, right? And then I guess I could say whole life, which is what I got at the top, right? Let me see. We got some comments here while I was typing. Okay, good. All right, cool. All right. So when we look at the variable annuity, right? And let me just make that a little bigger here. All right, so That ain't what I really want to do. I want to be able to go back and forth here. Let's just make this bigger here. When we start talking about protection, right? When we start talking about your protection, your tax deferred, tax free, and so forth, and you keep hearing tax deferred a lot, right? And then there's your income annuities that they have in here, and they'll go over different ones right here. See, uh, future lifetime, future period, right? I'm not telling you to sign up to none of this stuff. I'm just giving you Premier Annuity FP, Index Flex, what they call a flexible annuity, right? You also have term insurance, but there's no cash benefit on that. Secure term choice, secure term MVA, secure term fixed, right? And there's also companies like Mass Mutual, Northwestern, the list goes on. You can pick somebody, I don't care. Talk to someone, talk to an estate planner, get involved with your estate, start talking to your parents. There's that wealth transfer. You don't want to go to probate court, you don't want to get taxed at 40%. There's also you yourself, that things that you could do on your end. So when that transfers, you can do something. There's that Crummy Trust. There are multiple trusts. What are the different types of trusts? All right, so there are four main types of trusts: living, testamentary, revocable, and irrevocable. Right, and he went over some of those today when we were talking about the Crummy Trust. Right, so understanding what your options are and what can you do within those trusts. How can you protect your money? Um, Example of tax-free accounts, right? Roth IRAs, Roth 401ks, your whole life is another one as well. But I just want you to start thinking about things, right? Start thinking about things. Last but not least, let me see if I can pull this up. Um, oh no, it's not in here. I must have closed it. Let me go to my downloads. Downloads. Okay. Here I've talked about this before. Taxable, tax deferred, and tax free income. That's your three bucket system, if you want to look at it that way. But most people also look at the three bucket system as present, and then short term, and then long term, right? But you should be learning what is tax free income, what is tax deferred income, what is taxable income, right? You should be looking at that. And here they go on to talk about tax free income right here. Roth accounts 529, municipal cash value, life insurance, other. Then they talk about tax deferred, and then they talk about taxable, right? So you don't get some insurance pro, some insurance products you don't get into for the death benefit. You get into for the money that you have access to, and then the growth of that money for retirement, so you can get a source of income, right? So say you want let's look at it this way. Say for retirement you want to draw down you want to have $300,000 you want to draw every year. How many ways can you draw down 300,000, right? I could be drawing 300,000 down from a trust. I could be drawing part of that from Social Security. I could be drawing part of that from real estate investing. I could draw part of that from the estate the family has that I get a distribution from. I could be drawing down from my uh I could be drawing down from my Charles Schwab or Fidelity account where I've invested in stocks. It doesn't have to come from one source that makes that up. It can come from multiple sources. But the sources that you want that to come from, you want that to be as tax free as possible. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. You're welcome for the knowledge. Thanks for hey, Peter Investor. What's going on to you? Thanks for the knowledge and great insights. Please let's get more skills. We need that money, especially now when we do. And I hope this was like a little wake up call for understanding what your possibilities are. I hope that it was something that you could see yourself in and see your family in and see your nieces and your nephews, your cousins and whatever, right? And having the ability to have the discussion. You don't have to take everything I say for for what it is. Go do your own research, but make sure as you do your own research, you take notes, you have a discussion with others, you get involved with what the actual your actual employers have available to you. Remember, we talked about one of the 401k plans that actually has a backdoor IRA option where you can max out here, but you have a backdoor to put some more money into as well. So again, look at and explore all your options. Those that are self-employed, what does a SEP IRA look like for you? What does estate planning look like for you? Irrevocable trust and so forth. Um, just things that I want you to think about, things I want you to, as you take on a job, like what I I look at jobs as like, okay, how does this help with estate planning? Like, okay, what can I use this job for, right? I make this amount of money in this job. How can it fund my estate, right? When you start looking at jobs like that, it give you the different mindset about that job. You're like, okay, I'm here to do this work, but I need this money to do this, right? And so in order to do that, you are gonna have to get your skills up. You are gonna have to move in a certain lane around people who are thinking like that. Buying data centers, buying houses, rentals, buying land, building subdivisions, building stuff, right? There's so many different ways. Helping someone with their homework. Go sign up and be a tutor. Go sign up and do some career coaching. Go sign up and you don't all have to go make YouTube channels. You can, but you don't have to. You can just do a podcast. Or you could just do throw parties and events in your time in your city where you just talk about wealth management and everybody just gets together and sits around and talk about different wealth strategies, right? You could be the leader in that, where you're throwing parties and people are paying $5 to come to a party and you have an event and you have a special guest to talk about wealth management. Just different things that you all can do to keep the mindset and the group growing and touching people in different ways. They already said we don't have no wealth now anyway. So, um, you know, make as much money as you can, invest as much as you can, protect your assets as much as you can. That's all I got today. Well, that ain't all I got today. I just know y'all been on here for a very long time, and I don't want to make this a. I did pretty good stopping it at 3. I could have went 3 more hours. I have it in me. I know D don't. Um, I know she'll be coming from the back like, child, wrap this up. Uh, but yeah, I just want to make sure that you are uh, getting to it. Don't be afraid to go make your money, and don't be afraid if people tell you you don't need all of that. Don't listen to that. Go make as much money as you can, and not only make as much money as you can, invest as much as you can. I hope you enjoyed Mr. Robles. I have enjoyed him thoroughly this week. I actually enjoy him. But D say we got another hour. I don't know, D. That you tell I need to get some water. I can get some water, but D, I'm gonna let you come up while I go get the water, and then you all tell me. I'm only gonna be gone 2 minutes. You all tell me. What is what's your feel on it? I like I said, I can go for another hour. I'm fine. I just need to get me some water because I've been talking. I don't have nothing in here. But you tell me. Somebody said I'm curious. Is marriage a good investment? I think marriage is a good investment if you are working with a full wealth mindset, and when I say a wealth and abundance mindset, I mean where both you and that person can communicate to each other. It's not going to be all peaches and roses. If you really want to like have someone in your life and you worried about your assets, put a prenup in place. We've talked about estate planning, wills, trust, the whole nine. Put stuff and protections in place. You don't have to sit up here and act like, oh my God, if I get married, she's gonna take everything I got, right? Right. We'll put protections in place, right? And I advise women to do the same thing, put protections in place. Peter Investor, what's going on? Thank you for the super chat. Put protections in place. You're you if people are worried about being married to someone, then don't get married. If you're worried about that, then don't get married. Um, and if you choose not to get married, make sure you're able to take care of yourself. And when I say that, meaning you have enough income where you've invested in things that allow you to be taken care of. Well, you can have a nurse to come in and check on you. Well, you can go on a luxury cruise, or where you can go do X, Y, and Z. Right? It's nothing like you sitting there and you bought a condo. I actually had a friend of mine that did this. He was an older gentleman, and I lived in some condos with my mom, and when I was growing up, right, with my mom, right, and I remember when he bought that condo, and over the years, the condos just went from sugar to shit real quick, like over the years, and he was like he wasn't moving because he was gonna stay in that condo. And but the condos people were robbing, they were not taken care of, they weren't doing what they were supposed to do, they wouldn't paint, they was just not a good place. But he didn't want to move because he's like, I've already paid for this condo, and where else would I go to go live? I'm here, this it. And so I offer that question up to you all, men and women. Where are you going to go? Right? Where are you going to live? What are you going to live off of? If you choose to stay single, what set yourself up to be single. And it may not be in the States. You may go somewhere else. You may go live in England. You may go live in Canada. I don't know. I don't know. There's plenty of women on YouTube saying they moved to Mexico, and some moved to Bali, some moved to Dubai. I don't know. But the question is, what are you, regardless of being married or not, what are you gonna do to make sure you're okay until you get married? All right. You can only ball till you fall so much. It's only so much alcohol. It's only so many drinks. It's only so many cruises. It's only so many trips you're gonna take. All right. It's only so much. So what are you gonna do? All right. Let me give me some water. D can man the stream. Yeah, just man the stream real quick. Let me give me some water real quick, D. Yeah, let me get some water real quick. All right. Take me off camera real quick.
Hey everybody, you know how I feel about not being camera ready, but I am not camera ready. So I have dropped the link in the chat. I know everybody has like a ton of questions about what we went over. You can go ahead and join the stream. Yeah, I'm on the ball too. You gotta, I mean, you can't have all of this saving and planning if you can't ball just a little bit. Like sometimes I just want to put my feet on the couch, you know, put my feet on the couch, like in you know, at the club, you know, stand on the sofa, pop bottles like I'm a teenager. That's what, you know, you gotta do it. Or your yacht or whatever you prefer. Anybody gonna join us? I'll drop that link again. Thank you, Sahara, for the $10 super chat. We really appreciate you. Go ahead and put a 1 in the chat if you want us to keep on going. If you don't want us to keep on going, go ahead and say you got a lot of Saturday to burn. So put a 1 in the chat if you want us to keep it going. Go ahead and put a 2 if you like. We are ready to get to the day. Keep on going. Got some keep on going. More keep on going. So that means you guys are getting really good info. Hope everybody is taking notes. Because even though, like Eminem said, it can get a little boring to listen about money because there's so many laws and loopholes. But when you get those things together in the right mix for yourself, when you go to estate planners and people of this nature, you know what you're talking about. You know, you don't have to worry about somebody getting over on you or they're not maximizing your credits out there. Because I mean, I'm listening to this tax stuff and I'm like, the taxes, you've already been taxed about this money. Like this money has already been taxed. Like how many times you gonna tax my little dollar? Donna, you about to wear us out today. It's okay. It's okay. My Saturday is already committed to the shows in the morning. But, you know, and also the reason why this is important, again, I'm in my 40s. So my mother is at that age where, you know, you get to have those questions. We have a lot of people that parents are above 60, and then a lot of, you know, grandparents that are in their 70s, 80s might be your parents. A lot of friends that I know, they're starting to take care of their parents. And so these questions for not only your parents but your families in general are important questions because, you know, people, number one, are dropping like flies, but number two, you have to get these things clear while your parents, while your grandparents, while yourself, while your spouses are in their right mind. Because once that mind starts to go, then everything is so questionable. Hey,
Dang.
Tam.
What's going on? My bad. All right. So, is it another hour? We're going for another hour?
They said keep on going.
Okay. All right. Let me get my other stuff in here. All right. All right. So we got the 3 bucket system. This book right here, this is a book I bought. It's from Bigger Pockets. You can see how to raise private capital for your next birth strategy. That's a good one. This I showed you this, the 10 Commandments of Creating Wealth. Um, and then this is the Burr book right here. Right, let me scroll up. Buy, rehab, rent, refinance, repeat. That was what I was talking about. If you got that 70K and you took it and you bought a couple of houses with it, because 70K you can buy a couple of houses with that, and you can rehab, rent it out, pull out the equity, repeat, do it all over again. Or you can build, either or you can put that money into something else that could make some money for you. So, all right, so let me minimize that. Here, let me save this. I keep updating this. I should put it to a working document. I should move this over into a Google Drive and share that out with everybody so you all can have that. So you can just look at, what your options are here. Yeah, see, that's called Acreage Rooftop Ground Floor Farm Rise, right? And we talked about it, and getting it to the 200,000 to become an accredited investor, or you could start a credit union. And what does that look like? I'll do some more deep diving on what that credit union is, building a credit union is like. And I actually might bring somebody on because he's been doing a lot of work in that area, so you all can understand that. Let's see, you learned a lot today. Yeah, you learned a lot about estate planning today. You learned things that you didn't know, how to keep rolling over wealth, how to keep deferring things, and so forth. It says it's particularly irksome that we pay so much tax. Yeah, and the money is spent on support political. Yep, 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 yep. What's going on, Code and Paths? How you doing? Right. Yeah. So again, when I'm speaking on this, I'm speaking for us to make money in tech and accumulate wealth. And just this little list is just one of the ways to accumulate wealth. I should put on here I should put on here tutoring as well too, right? Creating courses, um, tutoring, tutoring, editing courses, social media marketing, and also buying a company. Um, I'm going to do a deeper dive on buying a company, like from the perspective of what you're looking at to analyze a company. Are How can you grow it more? What do you know about it? Who can you help? Who can you reach out to put in place to help you grow that company as well? And then how to prep it to sell it, right? That's super important. Let's see what your question is. When are you planning on having a guest about building credit unions? Come on, I'm not sure. I got to see when he's free. I got to see when he's free. Um, I got to see when it's free. We just talked about it last week. D was on the call. We were talking about it. All right, so I'm not sure. I got to check when he's free. All right, this is another one on the Secure Act. Let me see if there's any important information in here. All right, see. All right. All right, mandatory automatic enrollment and escalation. Among large organizations, more than 50,000 employees, the percentage that automatically enroll employees increases to 60% of the employees automatically enrolled in the 401k. More than 90% stay enrolled. See, expand and Rothify catch-up contributions. Under the current law, employees who have reached age 50 can make up extra catch-up contributions in their 401k. The limit of the catch-up for 2021 is 6,500, indexed annually for inflation. The Secure Act 2.0 keeps the existing catch-up contributions limits for those age 50, but increases the annual catch-up to $10,000 for participants 62 to 64 beginning in 2023. Let's see. For catch-up limits for IRA is 1,000, not index. Allow Roth matching contributions. Plan sponsors would have the option of permitting employees to elect that some or all of their matching contributions be treated as Roth 401 contributions for a 401k plan. Employers' matching contributions designated as a Roth contribution would not be excludable from employees' gross income. Delay mandatory distributions. The original Secure Act increased the age of which plan participants required to begin mandatory distributions to 72. Now it's at 73. Then increases to 74. We saw that. All right, part-time workers participation. We hadn't seen this one. The original Secure Act expanded eligibility for long-term part-time workers to contribute to their employees' 401k plan. Secure Act 2 will expedite the addition of long-term part-time workers as eligible participants by shortening from 3 years to 2 years the measurement period for eligibility that starts in 2021, right? As a result, the first group of long-term part-time workers would become eligible for participation in the elective deferral or defined contributions in 2023. Student loan matching. I was like, what is that? If I pay my student loan through my paycheck, and do they match it? Is that what they're saying? Employee 401k matching contributions are traditionally based on plans participant elective deferrals, right? So the matching contributions for student loan payments must be vested under the same schedule as other matching contributions. So they can match. I'm gonna read all of that. Among other key changes, the Secure Act 2.0 is create a national database for Americans to find lost retirement accounts, expand self-correction opportunities, require Treasury Secretary to take steps to increase public awareness of retirement savings contributions, extend 403B retirement plans, some of the design of 401k, eliminate certain barriers, offer lifetime income annuities as a retirement plan investment option. What? Eliminate certain barriers. Oh, that's what we was talking about. Where you get the employer can offer the annuity. And then they go into political prospects, blah blah blah. Right. All right. So that's that. Let me come back over to my documents and pull. This is something I found interesting. I'm still doing research on this. I don't I know why I found it interesting. Um, um Nordson buys annuity to transfer 171 million in pension assets. So there, I've been going on this page here. While I was looking, I was seeing that people were buying uh, pensions, like right here, like the pension buyout transaction, which was completed in the quarter of April 30th, transferred the benefit paying responsibilities for 1,500 retirees and beneficiaries to the insurer according to the 10Q filing the SEC. So I found that interesting. I'm like, what is the move there? Why? What is that? What is the benefit of that? I'm not sure. Maybe you all know, but I just found that information interesting as to like why are you buying these out? Like, um, what is the significance of that? Right? Like Peabody buys group annuity contract for 500 million, right? That kind of stuff. And then as I was looking on here, um, it talks about the largest retirement plans. And let me blow this up. And what there's I'll pull up another one that I was following. So here, the top defined contribution, right? Federal Retirement Thrift Investment Board, Boeing, IBM, AT&T, Bank of America, Raytheon, Wells Fargo, Verizon, and Microsoft, right? And this talks about uh, the largest retirement plans, right? And so forth. And you can see the ones for the states and so forth. Right? And then on this page, I also saw while I was looking around. Oh no, I went too far back. Let's go forward. Here, world's largest retirement firm, largest hedge fund managers, best places to work in money management. Right, and then they break it down by employees and employers. Just little stuff, just me snooping around stuff. What am I finding? And so here is a pension tracker database where you can track pensions, right? And then pension fund return tracker, right? Let's go here. And then see they have the current year of return, like which one is returning. Good. New York State Teachers Retirement System is returning 29%. Right. And then they go, you just kind of go through all of these if you want to, right? Just a FYI, just something I found interesting. Nothing fancy. All right, and see, since we're not gonna be doing the second show, um, this is coming up. Blockchain Real Estate Summit is coming up September the 23rd and 24th in Austin, Texas. I'll drop this link. You all may be interested in this. You may be all interested in checking that out. Yeah, there's several ways to become an accredited investor. We talked about it on the show. If you go to Investopedia and type in accredited investor, it'll tell you all the different ways. You can take some exams, the Series 65, or I think Series 65 and the Series 7. I think it's 65 and 7. Let's see. All right. Okay, hold on. What is this one? Let me see. I'm pulling it up on this page. This may be going back to Crummy Trust. Oh no. Yeah, it is, but it also includes irrevocable trust. All right, so I'll give you this link and you all can go read this one yourself, but irrevocable life insurance trust and Crummy Trust. But I want you to pay attention to what's on the side here. This is why I saved this link. They also go into beneficiary designation, disability planning, estate and gift income tax analysis, irrevocable trust and crummy trust, planning and designing durable power return, organ and body donation, living wills and health care proxies, standby guardianship, transfer of death accounts. Why do I need estate planning and so forth? So they have a little list of things that you can just kind of go down and read for yourself, just to get some general idea. You're not saying use them. I'm just saying I like the layout of their website where I can just click on disability plan and then it's take me right there. I don't have to go search their site for it, right? It's all right there. I'll give you that one as well too, because I thought that was a little easy to navigate to get a little quick summary of what is and what isn't. Um, let's see. Oh yeah, so this one right here is I kind of went into some of the things that the guy was talking about in terms of some of the concepts he was talking about here. Crummy Trust, a more safe way, and this was a 2020, so this just kind of goes and gives an example and highlights stuff. But you can go check them out for more information on trust. You can click here, understanding the common types of trust, and then they go on to different trusts right here, right? Credit shelter trusts. So let's click on that. Credit shelter trusts are a way to take full advantage of state and federal estate tax exemptions. Although such trusts may appear needless unless you're a multimillionaire, there are several reasons for those of more modest means to do this kind of planning, and one of the main ones is state taxes, right? So they break it all down, right? So I thought their website was useful. Let me get back over here. All right, so is this one? Yeah, I think this is the same one. Hold on. Now I know y'all saw people talking about the guy that quit his job at Netflix getting paid 450,000 a year. This is one guy. Well, I'm bringing the other one up here. Let me grab it right now. Don't forget to donate. All right. Here's how much money I made as a software engineer at companies like IBM and Netflix and Grubhub. Oh, this is guy. That's this other guy. This guy. I gotta find the guy that made the 450,000 and then he quit his job. He made 450,000 a year. He quit his job and he went on to do some other stuff. Right. All right. So let's go back to this one here. A millennial who saved 1 million to quit uh, his day job at 29 explains why he didn't max out his 401k and how he invested in instead. Uh, has been investing in most of his income since 2015 and has a net worth of 1.3 million. He chose not to max out his 401k. His brokerage account savings allow him to invest in real estate. Just giving you what he say. I won't read through this, but he increased his income substantially every year. With commissions, He earned a total of 55,000 in the end of his first year. In his second year with the company, he transitioned into more client-facing role as an account manager, a promotion that came with a raise and the opportunity to earn more commissions. He said he earned 90,000 his second year, 150,000 his third year. By 2021, another promotion to sales manager, he earned $250,000 a year. His company offered the retirement plan, but he chose not to max it out. Didn't say he didn't contribute. They have their limits. He's invested a small amount between 5,000 and 10,000. He talks about the penalty. And he's talking about the benefits there. Now his brokerage account money to invest, using his brokerage account money to invest in real estate, right? And then he goes on to talk about him buying property and where he's buying it and so forth, where his net worth is 1.3 million, right? So you see there's another way, but you see went back to real estate in order to do the investment. And then last but not least, this guy right here was job hopping, invested and job hopped his way through high salaries. No one's staying there for 5 years. 74,000 with a 5,000 sign-on bonus. This one here or the last one? The last guy was talking about how he made his money, and how he took the money and used it to buy real estate. That's really what that is. What I've been talking about the whole time: buying assets, and then an investment, right? Let's keep going. He made 74, then 5,000, made 125, 5,000, and a sign-on bonus 138 with a 100,000 stock package, 140 in a stock package. 140 salary, 200 in the stock package, 75 in a sign-on bonus. And then SRE, site reliability engineering, 525 total compensation. I don't know about that. And they said after Netflix, I could probably gotten an even higher salary of 600 to 700,000, but the two young kids and C-19 was raging across the world. The close family member had just passed away 2 years ago, and that made us reevaluate. 4 steps to earning money in your career: prepare for interviews, and it gives you some books and websites. Leave your job every few years. Know what to expect from your job offer, right? Blind and levels, FYI. Invest and save, and that's it. That's it. I think I got through everything, D. I think I did it. Oh no, I lied. These guys right here. A black-owned private equity firm from Red Arch Capital spreads the wealth from supply chain investments. I'll drop this link. I'm not gonna read through it. I just wanted to acknowledge who their presence and who they are. Nicholas Antoine and Chad Strader, or I guess Strader, first met in Starbucks on Michigan Avenue in Chicago. They dissected the book Why Should White Guys Have All the Fun. I would recommend everybody read that and check it out. Let's see what your thoughts are. Do. No. Hold on. This is something else here. And I got another. I think I may have one more video. Yeah. First generation Black wealth builders must embrace their success and put themselves first. Oh, let's get into this. Oh yes. Let's get into this. So, first generation Black wealth builders. I consider you all probably first, second generation of Black wealth builders. Maybe some of y'all are third, but I consider y'all first and second, possibly. Um, and with that being said, you got to put yourself first, right? This one came out February 7th. It says successful Black professionals may pressure themselves to aid family and the wider community they come from before they have ensured their own financial security. The best way for our newly prosperous individuals to make sure they can be long-term help to others is to put their own financial oxygen mask on first. That sounds like a nice little thing to say and do. I don't know. You all may feel like you made it and your money that you got right now is all you need. And you can retire and live off of 50,000. I don't know. I don't know where your pot's at. However, you need to worry about your own wealth. The wealth gap, blah blah blah. We've seen that. We've heard about that. Despite certain gains in income and wealth for Black families and American white families. Yep, yep, yep. Yep, 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 yep. We've seen that. Yep, yep. Many of these wealth builders must learn to embrace their success. How many people in the chat embrace their success? I think some of y'all are afraid of it. And I also think some of y'all don't know what it is. What do you think? I think some of y'all are afraid of it. All right. It says many of these wealth builders must learn to embrace their success, build positive financial habits, and navigate the many pitfalls and roadblocks that they will face throughout their financial lives. It's not a secret that success isn't always a walk in the park for the first generation wealth builders. To that point, as their success grows, so do the responsibilities and obligations that come along with that. Right? Are you saying you're not there in terms of like helping others, or you're not there in terms of building wealth, or having to build your wealth mindset where you can be selfish? Oh yeah, y'all got to work on that. Hmm. Hmm. What can we do to help with that? I don't know. I have to think on that. Building wealth. Okay. Build first generation wealth builders may put an added level of pressure on themselves as their wealth continues to grow. Many individuals are the first in their family to go to college, earn a high salary, or have some disposable income. Instead of enjoying their success, many feel a sense of guilt, and people like to guilt you. This guilt drives them to step up and find ways to provide for their family, parents, grandparents, and so forth, and loving the wider Black community that helped guide them over the years and get them to where they are. Just a little tidbit of information there. Mm, you feel guilty. D, we need to do it. We need to probably need to be a show on binary hustlers. What you think, D?
About feeling guilty.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't want to say I feel indifferent about this one, but you have, like, for me, like, I have guilt sometimes about not being around physically more than financially. But it depends. It definitely could be a binary hustler conversation, because the first thing, number one, you have to take care of yourself. If you don't take care of yourself, you can't take care of others. It just doesn't make sense. And that's mentally, physically, spiritually, and financially. Because you can be broke and go help somebody move their house or something like that. But, they said on the airplane, put your own oxygen on before you go help somebody else put their oxygen on, even your children.
Now, the question came up and says, Tam, how do you first begin to embrace your success? I see when I can officially say I embraced my success. It took a minute, um, but I grew out of it really, really quickly when I saw others just naturally doing it. And when I say naturally doing it, I mean like there was no care. Like, there was nothing for them to be like, well, we're going on a family vacation and I spent $40,000 to go there. Or, hey, yeah, I just went to the store and I bought X, Y, and Z. They were just doing it. Was and then what it and I think that that's part of it too, right? You got to be around people that want to see you win and is okay with you winning, right? And I think that's part of it. And the other part of it is you also have to accept that it's okay for you to win. A lot of times people get caught up with, oh my God, I'm successful, but I can't let everybody know I'm successful because if I let them know, then they're gonna say I'm bragging. And then the other part is everybody's like, well, if I let them know, I might get robbed. Well, what if you don't? What if you don't get robbed? Right? Like at some point you're gonna have to feel guilty. I mean, not guilty about being successful, but your family is gonna always try to correct you and be like, you know, just because you got a little money don't mean nothing. It's I don't want to say it's a good thing. I don't want to say that. I just want to say that they just don't understand how to say it any other way because they ain't never seen it before, so they don't even know how to address you. So they just do what they do, right? You know, you got some family members that just gonna, I don't care what you do, they just gonna insult you like you ain't shit, it ain't gonna never be shit, so you just shit. Like you got some family members that's just like that. Right? And then you got some family members that are like, yo, big up to you. Like you doing it, you out here, you living the dream, you moving. I see you moving. I'm excited for you. I wanna share that world with you. What do I need to do? How can I get in on it? What's that look like? You got some people that are like that. Then you got some people that are like, man, I don't care nothing about that. But I embrace it because why not? Why not me? Why not me? Why not? Why can't I, who get up and go to work every day, read books, teach, whatnot? Why can't I be happy about my success? What's wrong with that? Is it that you love misery? Is it that you love being sad? Is it that you love being like people doubting you? I mean, what is it? What is it? What is it that we can't say that we're comfortable with being successful? Yep. Now they say congratulations. Once you start doing it, see the thing is that you gotta remember that also that I just kind of dawned on me. It didn't kind of dawn on me, but I've been know about. You have to be consistent with your success. When I say when you got to be consistent with your success, you have to be consistent with moving forward. When people see you're consistently moving forward, the only thing they can do is say, I see you, congratulations, because it's all you're consistently doing. And that's all they know you for in terms of not a bad thing that they know you for that, but now it's just ingrained in their head. That's just who you are. You're consistent. Like Dia even tell you, When she meet my old employers or something like that, the first thing they say, we ain't worried about Tameika. We know she gonna go find a job or she gonna work or whatnot. We're not even like every employer will tell you that, right? That's just what it is, right? Um, but being consistent. Once you start being consistent with being successful, it'll be easy for you because you'll expect nothing but that from yourself. Now, you may be your hardest and worst critic, but however, you're gonna be consistent with being successful because it's gonna just be easy to you. It's like, oh yeah, I'm just supposed to have that because that's what I work for. It's just one of them things. It's just, oh, there it is. As a matter of fact, right? Passive aggressive. Yep. Let's see, why is it doing purple? Okay, while there isn't anything wrong with this, of course, it can at times cause financial tension in the if the person allows the giving back to the community to override smart personal financial decisions that they need to make for themselves and their own family. Right? Put your own oxygen. I was going to say oxygen tank. D. Put your own oxygen mask on first. This means that before you can financially support in that level of community, you need to make sure you're taking care of your own financial needs. Estate planning. Make sure you're taking care of your own estate. This means that before you financially support the loving community, you make sure that you're taking care of your own financial needs, whether you have a mountain of student loan debt you're paying down or savings goals you're trying to reach. Put a plan in place to address those needs in your own life. And me, I'm looking at it. You already got past this. You already got past paying student loan, right? Everybody saw the student loan forgiveness for $10,000. I hope everybody is not sitting in here with $100,000 worth of student loans. If you do, you need to clock out of this live and go drive for Instacart, Uber Eats or something like that, and get you some money and start paying that down, right? And then they go on talking about, being a caregiver and so forth, and being that person that people run to. Continue growing your wealth. Saving early integrators, yeah, we got that. We know that. We ain't talking about that. We won't talk about that. That ain't what we want to talk about. Okay, cool. All right. Ooh, I'm right on time. All right. Well, that's it. That's everything. I'll double, triple check, but I think that's everything that I want to go through. Everything else is probably like a YouTube show or something like that. You all can watch on your own. Oh yeah, this one is how are my Social Security benefits taxed? And it just says, do you wonder how your Social Security income is taxed in your retirement planning? Did you know that when you withdraw Social Security and when your RMD kick in, you can have a huge impact on your taxes? Having a plan allows you to decide how you will be taxed and how much you will be taxed. I'm gonna leave this link. I'm gonna let you all look at this because we'll come back to this next week because I want to dive a little bit more into Social Security, and so you all can have an idea of what that looks like for your Social Security. And I'll put this in the back. You can post and title and post it. You're welcome. Y'all are all welcome. I hope you enjoyed today. I hope you really took notes. I know it's a lot to go back and look at. It's 4 hours, but you have the link, so you don't have to listen to me. One-on-one sessions are up. Thank you for all who have signed up for the one-on sessions. I hope they have been valuable to you. I hope you have gotten the direction that you needed. I hope you have gotten just anything that we present. I hope it made sense to you. I hope it's giving you guidance. I also hope that it has sparked mental conversations with yourself. I know it did for me, because I have to go find out what what I can put into a trust. Like, how can a trust be structured, and so that that trust can make that 8 to 10% over time. I'm really gonna go look at this 295-page Secure Act. That's gonna be my homework for the evening, because I just really want to know um, what's in there and break it down and highlight it, and we'll talk about it. Maybe when we're on binary hustles, I'll throw some stuff out there, but I gotta eat because I ain't had nothing to eat all day. And I hope that you understand that that wealth transfer from baby boomers, that you all need to have that discussion with your parents tonight. I don't care if they get annoyed. Just call them up and like, "Ma, Dad, yo, have y'all thought about what your IRAs and that transfer is going to look like to us, as your kids or as your grandkids or whatnot? Like, understand what that means, right? Things that you could put in place for yourself so that you don't get that big tax bill, right? Nothing like paying taxes on money that you, you know, at 40% 10 years from now. Like, you don't want that. Peter invested that the government have borrowing to fund most of their big expensive programs. Now they need the cash to pay it out. And guess who will pay for it? Yep, yep, yep. Alexa, go back and rewatch it. Also, don't forget, we are uh, spontaneous sometimes, so don't forget to hit the notification button, like and subscribe. Sign up for the Slack group, and as well, be safe. We appreciate you for your time and effort today. It's been a long one, but we did it. All right, y'all take care.